Hey, what's up everybody? It's Lids, and we're back for some more The First Descendant, and admittedly, you might be saying to yourself, hold on Lids, this is not usually the day you would be playing this game, and you would be right, because this is typically our Mass Effect 3 multiplayer day, but I was having some technical issues booting up the game. Did a little bit of trying to troubleshoot it, was unsuccessful, so in the interest of us making sure we can actually still have time to do something today rather than spending the whole day sorting through those issues, figured we'd jump in for some more First Descendant. As you can see here, we were playing Freyna last time, and I have, in the meantime, leveled her up to 40. We were having a little bit of trouble with her pushing further in the game through the campaign, and I think that was in part because she was not max level, and also in part because we have not focused as much on updating and upgrading our defensive modules in particular, outside of a few instances where we were preparing for specific boss fights. But the other thing is that we did, or in doing that grinding, I did focus a lot on just rerunning missions we had done before with the useful crafting materials, and in doing so, was able to finish the craft for Sharen, another character, as well as a few other copies of ultimate weapons. I think for the most part they were ones that we already had, so that means those will mostly be for upgrading the unique ability of those weapons rather than trying something new for the first time. Although last time we did get a weapon, an ultimate weapon for the first time that we did not test out, so might look to do that today. So as you can see, Sharon's ready to go. I have a Thunder Cage and Last Dagger that are currently in the works, and we certainly have Thunder Cage. I don't remember Last Dagger. That might be the first we'll have of that. And then the Devotion we definitely have, and this is just a piece of it, but I think it's the last piece we need to get another one, so once we get that going, we'll be able to upgrade that further. Then in terms of what, if anything, we have targeted after that, I think it's mostly the weapons that we are close to here. Another Devotion, we're actually quite... Oh, well, actually, that's the one. That's the piece we're looking to get right now. Divine Punishment, we're kind of close, but some of these things, I think the last few pieces, we might only be able to get a little bit further on. So, maybe not a huge, obvious target for us on this side. And then on the Descendant end, I think one of the issues I have found is that we have a lot of drops that come from the Void Reactors, which are those missions where you can only initiate them if you are a certain element character, and so we do not currently have any fire or non-elemental characters, which means we're kind of prevented from doing those right now. So, well, Sharen, as we're about to see, is unfortunately not going to change that dynamic, but I am still excited to start playing some of her. Okay, so let's take a closer look at what she brings to the metaphorical table. So we have 3 people now, maxed out at 40, but Sharen...
The Vulgis can't see me. Why? Because I exist in their blind spot.
She is, does it show right here? Well, it will once we get to this page. She is also an electric character, much like Bunny, which is both a good thing and a bad thing. It's a good thing because some of the modules and reactors that we picked up with the intention of using them for Bunny will be still pretty effective for Sharen. So, you know, you upgrade one character, you upgrade the other in many ways. However, for those Void Reactor type missions, and for bosses that have strength against, you know, resistance against electric damage, then obviously we aren't really expanding our repertoire much. Let's take a look, though, at what Sharen can do. So remember, at level 1, we will not have access to all of our abilities here. And what's up, Yarui? How's your First Descendant stuff going? I mean, for what it's worth, we could, again, usually we'd be doing Mass Effect 3 multiplayer today, and we might be playing that together, but I suppose we could hop in for some party play for First Descendant. Okay, so let's see. As we were saying, it's going to be a lot of electric skills. So she has her basic attack, which is the cut-off beam, which is basically this big electric slash, which inflicts damage and electrocution on enemies in front. It has a pretty quick cooldown here, just 7 seconds, and hard to contextualize that damage until we have other skills to compare it to. But, so there's this, and then we're going to start getting into skills that we've not yet unlocked, but we have this camouflage, which is, talking about Mass Effect, it's kind of similar to the tactical cloak ability from Mass Effect, although I think that ability is so amazing that maybe that set my expectations a little too high when I was playing Sharen back in the beta, and I was not particularly impressed by this one. But it activates our camouflage, which hides us from enemy sight. Attacking an enemy while in this state immediately ends the camouflage and activates ambush, which does give us a 70% damage increase. I mean, that is pretty darn similar to the effect in Mass Effect 3, so maybe I just wasn't getting the timing right on that. Okay, then we have, excuse me. Okay, the naming on this skill is a little bit strange. Let's call it Shock. Fires a built-in impact round from the arm forward, inflicting stun. This one, 15 seconds. Oh, what is the cooldown on the cloak? 20 seconds? Okay, 15 seconds on the shock. And does this do any damage at all? I don't think so. I think it is just a stun. But the duration is 4.5 seconds, which is pretty long. And if you can increase that by increasing the duration from modules, then that could be pretty sweet. Stuck on Devour, still amazed how fast we cleared the colossi. Just didn't seem to get good enough parties to clear them. For what it's worth, the Devourer back in the beta was the big barrier that everyone had trouble getting past. That guy is a pain in the butt. No question. We were talking about him a fair bit last time, but solid damage, a decent bit of health, but of course, most notably, has that phase where he heals extremely quickly, and it is very hard to get him out of that phase, and he can do that phase an unlimited number of times, and there's no limit to how much he can heal, and he can do it right as you're about to defeat him, which is incredibly frustrating if that timing plays out that way. But yes, he is in many ways a DPS check, because if you do damage him more quickly, that means in total less times when he's going to go into that phase. And usually the big issue is not that, well, I mean, it can be that you run out of your deaths that you're allowed to have, but oftentimes it's just that you run out of time, because he undoes any progress you make whenever he goes into that phase. Couldn't beat him with either Sharen or Bunny. Yeah, I mean, theoretically, isn't he... He's either weak to electric, or he's at least less resistant to electric. I can't remember if electric is the best element against him or the second best element against him. I mean, theoretically, if you design Bunny around her ultimate skill, her like laser beam attack, that can give you pretty solid damage, but I think usually it's going to come down more to just having some really big guns that do some pretty sweet gun damage. He is really weak against electric. Yeah, I think, technically speaking, I mean, to be honest, it's one of those things where, especially at this stage where there are some people who have been zooming ahead, if you happen to be in a party with someone who has higher level gear, namely a really high level weapon that deals a bunch of damage, they might just be able to steamroll him for you, in which case, yeah, unfortunately it's a little bit of the luck of the draw. But in terms of you maximize the damage, I think it might be better still to prioritize around your weapon, making some upgrades there and deliberately designing your modules to give you some electric damage, and obviously just general base DPS. All the guides basically say gear up and retry to get a party that knows what to do. There is a secret. There is a little bit of a secret, and that is, let's see, this right here. Weaken recovery. So this was the case in the beta, and I believe it's still the case now. During his healing phase, if you have this module on and you melee one of his little devices that is giving him the healing, theoretically, that reduces his healing by 50% for 10 seconds, which is actually pretty huge. Now, it's still a little tricky to make that happen, or at least, you know, that only lasts for 10 seconds, and oftentimes it takes a lot longer than 10 seconds to destroy all of those components in his healing phase. But that is a tool to consider throwing in, especially because it only costs 4 module capacity, and even if you are not the primary damage dealer, in that case, you can still contribute in a meaningful way. So that's my other tip. But as for Sharen, let's see, we have that shock. Then she has this, which, yeah, is her ultimate, where she basically summons all these knives and then shoots them all out. So generates multiple short swords and fires them at a designated target. Hit enemies take burst damage and are inflicted with electrocution. Fire using the attack button and cancel using the aim button. Canceling does not trigger a cooldown. Okay, so the cooldown is really long, obviously, with it being the ultimate, pretty high mana cost. It can lock onto at most 10 enemies. Max daggers. Okay, you can only have up to 3 targeting a single enemy, but it is possible to double, or, well, triple up on some of them. The skill power, I'm just curious how that compares to, say, this, is lower, at least for an individual hit. If you get 3 hits on a single enemy, then it's pretty close to the damage from this. And, okay, it does have a little bit of a radius. Electrocution, continuous damage. Oh, okay. It does have a little bit of damage over time. For 3 seconds. Does this have any damage over time? Oh, it does. And actually, it's bigger. So what I remember from playing Sharen in the beta was that I was underwhelmed by some of her bigger skills like this. And, oh, sorry, bigger skills like this, I was underwhelmed. Honestly, I had the most success just spamming her basic skill. Because this was, you can hit a lot of people with this, especially if you increase the AoE on it. And as we were just seeing, the damage is pretty good. So I'm kind of thinking that's going to be the priority there. And then, you know, if we can get the cloak to go along with it, then great. But especially early on, when we are just a wee level 1 character, I think it's probably going to make sense for us to prioritize more around the defensive stuff, just so we can gain some levels more safely. Obviously, we'll throw that on, and we'll probably still add the ones where we have, the offensive ones where we have a bunch of upgrades. Let's see, what glyphs does she have to decrease the cost? Not one for you. That does help the cooldowns. I'm just curious where that puts us cooldown-wise. Like a 5-second cooldown on this skill is pretty insane. So you can basically just spam that, at least against basic enemies. Now, against bosses, maybe you're not all that keen on getting up right next to them like that. Then we might kind of want to get the expansion as well. Again, that's also a little bit more offensive. But in this case now we're talking... Oh, yeah, it actually helps the range in 2 dimensions. Okay, so that's pretty good. And then we do have a Transcendent module that affects her. Let's just see what this applies to. Modifies to a stackable... Wait. Modifies what to a stackable skill? Decreases the enemy's electric resistance instead of stunning them. Oh, for the shock? Instead of stunning, it decreases their electric resistance, so it basically turns into a big debuff. Okay. We could. I'm not sure that's something we want to do immediately when we're still leveling. I did upgrade the polygenic antibody a little bit, because this seems like the type of thing that would be useful as we're just going through and leveling as a relatively weak character. We have some resistances. We don't need to worry too much about optimizing around a specific type of enemy. Now, if we're going into a specific boss fight where we know what type of element to expect, then maybe that's a different story. But I was kind of hoping it'd be really nice if the various antibodies had the same glyph and you could just swap one out for the other. But that's a little bit tricky, given how they do not use the same glyph, so you kind of want to put them in different spots. Yeah, not sure if we need the MP-related stuff. We'll probably have to see. Okay, and then I think we start going more defensive things. So we had, in the past, generally just thrown on a bunch of random defensive stuff and said to ourselves, oh, okay, you know, collectively, that'll start to add up. If we have, you know, even just, let's see, things like, okay, you know, sure, we'll get an extra 15% shields, 16% defense, and 22% health. But we didn't really upgrade any of those things and didn't really give much thought to if any of them were more efficient than others for a specific character. So, I mean, we might just start that way initially, but, you know, things like shield conversion, dropping your shields in order to increase your defense. For some characters, that might be an exchange that is worthwhile, but you kind of need to take a closer look to see. Just see if we have... We don't have an electric master one. Oh, I do like this, though. The extra defenses combined with the skill power. How are we doing on capacity? We're basically maxed out now. So, okay, we have some resistances across the board, and then we have a little bit of generalist defensive stuff without really focusing all that much on any one particular thing. We could upgrade a little bit further on some of the stuff, but let's go a little bit with what we have here and just see where that lands us. And obviously, initially, we're very likely to focus more on using weapons, just because our weapons are level 53, and our character is only capable of using our starting skill right now. And we might be able to grab a module that is better suited for electric damage, though, so let's just take a quick look here. Will it let us compare from the storage page? Apparently not. We're not going to have the last dagger right now. No worries, thanks for stopping by, Yurui. Good to see ya. Yeah, let's just see if either of these are any better. No. Probably because we don't have a beam rifle, don't have last dagger, but we do have a machine gun. Okay. Okay, if we happen to find a beam rifle to throw on, then this would suddenly become better, I would assume. Also, what are the bonus stats here? Order of Truth, Legion of Darkness. Okay, not that we're really going to make much of a point of optimizing around that. Okay, maybe we'll just stick with what we're rocking for now. And I think, especially given what we were starting to see with Freyna last time around, let's get a little more aggressive with leveling, or dedicated leveling first, and then we'll see if it makes sense for us to do more progression here. So there are a few things we could go for. We could obviously do resource defense here is one option. I think that's either how we left, or how we started with Freyna, or there is also one of those in the Echo Swamp. Those are typically, far and away, the best for pure leveling, but then there's some somewhat similar things like the Kuiper mining here. This one is the Void Experiment, which admittedly I don't really remember how those ones work. And then the Agna Desert is also one of those Void Experiment ones. So maybe we start... What's up, Camilo? How's it going? Maybe we start with one of the resource defenses and see where that leaves us in terms of level, and then maybe we'll go a Void Experiment after that. So let's do... Probably start with the Kingston. It is a lower level one. It is a little bit safer, but we are level 1. So we're at least a little more capable of immediately contributing. Even if the progression is maybe not quite as fast. And it is right here. Okay. So, I mean, obviously it'd be nice if we got some decent crafting stuff here, some amorphous materials, but for the most part, it's probably just going to be a lot of gold and a whole lot of experience. And as I was saying, we'll probably be spamming a whole lot of just our weapon, shooting, and the basic attack. Should be pretty solid. We are just quite vulnerable at the beginning here, when we have a measly 860 health. That honestly doesn't seem that bad. Okay, so this is, as a reminder, going to be the type of mission where we have a series of waves of enemies. Then after every 6 or so waves, we'll have the option of stopping for a set of rewards. If we go further, the enemies will get more difficult, but our rewards will improve.
Nearby Albion Kuiper storage facility.
Oh, and of course, as soon as I walk away is when they start spawning here. So that's the big slash. That's our basic attack. Now these are, of course, low-level enemies, but that's not bad. It's already off cooldown. I deliberately chose this corner because I feel like it's more compressed, therefore better suited for our skill, where we can do... Oh, if I had pressed the correct button, we can hopefully take just about all of them out in one go. Get a little more range on it, and it can be a little more consistent in that way.
We're continuing to identify incoming Vulgis. We must hold our defense.
Levels already, which is nice. Getting some of those skills unlocked. So yeah, just by decreasing or improving our cooldown and increasing our AoE, which are things that are also good for Bunny, you can make Sharen pretty effective, even with this basic attack, and that's why it's kind of nice. You set up one of them, the other one is in good shape as well. It does make it a little bit quicker and easier to start playing Sharen. Okay, so there's first wave down. Enemies will get stronger. This dude will spawn and immediately get destroyed. Let's go, cloak. And then this, which theoretically increases our damage by something like 70%, which is a pretty big number. On the other hand, I'm not really sure we need it at this stage. These enemies are probably weak enough that it doesn't matter. I haven't really noticed. This guy, he's been behind us, a bit. Is he consistently stationed here? Can we rely on him to get the guys who spawn behind us every once in a while, or do we have to occasionally make a point of checking that spot? Oh. Okay, we were not actively attacking anyone at the time, but we'll take it.
Clear the Vulgis are after the Kuiper. I didn't expect them to send a force of this size.
Already back off the cooldown. See, if we had enough range to still hit those guys in front of us, that would have been nice.
Loading.
Actually, I'm curious if there is a hard limit on how many people you can hit. Even if you have a whole bunch of people in the AoE, does it actually set a limit on how many you're allowed to take out? don't really have any reason to suspect that, outside of how it seems like at times there are people who look like they're in our AoE who are not taking damage, but maybe it's just that, as I was saying, the AoE is not quite as big as we'd like it to be. So the damage is actually based primarily off of one particular piece of equipment that we have, and that is a high-level piece of equipment that we got from progressing in the campaign through an area that is much higher level than this area right now. So from that standpoint, our base damage is really high. Oh, okay. But then that's your base, what determines your base damage. But then each skill has a multiplier that increases that base damage by a certain amount. And that's where you get, you know, certain skills doing a lot more damage than others.
We picked up signals from multiple enemies. Good luck.
Which one is that? Oh, that's our ultimate, technically, which, as I said, I actually don't like that much on this character. Oh, there are dudes who are wailing away at the device. Okay. You know, maybe should pay some attention to those guys. Hello. So yeah, certainly, at least at the beginning here, when the enemies are still quite a low level, our damage should not be an issue at all. Our defenses are quite low. Also, our weapon is still from a higher level zone, since we've made good progress in the campaign. So, yeah, offensively, we should be fine here. It's defensively where we have the most issues. We deliberately went with the lower difficulty version of this type of mission, so it'd be a little bit easier early on, and then after this we might go for what is a higher level area of this same type of mission. Oh, okay, yeah, this, hold on. This gives us an additional 70% damage on top of our other multipliers, but it does not deal damage directly. It makes us go invisible, so they kind of don't go after us. It'd probably be nice if we hit more than just one or two enemies with that attack, but again, that's our basic ability, the little slash. That is, with a few more upgrades, not so little. Like that. That's pretty nice. Just want it to be a little bigger so we can clear out an entire room with it. But I'll show you the ultimate, maybe with this group.
Enemy reinforcements.
Yeah, this is the ultimate.
There's no incident.
So that does clear out a full room. Technically, it does less damage for an individual target. Oh. So it and it has more range than the basic little sword slash. But I do like the sword slash. Especially since it has a much faster cooldown compared to the ultimate. You cannot spam the ultimate. You can spam the sword slash. Yeah, I would kind of like to switch over to the other side just so we can pick up gold drops. We've not been over here at all. Just make sure we get some goodies. Now, did we abandon our post on the other side? Well, I mean, there's at least one other dude there. Yeah, and there's a bunny over there who's farming up those guys, and Bunny is definitely the best character for this type of mission. I do not want to press that. That's what we're looking for. Technically, you know, just going pure weapon is probably still more effective at this stage, but that's why I do have some interest in further improving the AoE on our
We picked up
AoE
signals
boosting
from
mod.
multiple enemies. Good luck.
I mean, the cooldown on that is so fast that I barely need to even think about it. It's pretty much just, oh, it's been a little while. I guess I'll do it now. Every time a new wave of enemies spawns, yeah, we're ready to go. Okay, that time it was not ready. I'm standing on their heads? Question mark? Oh, and I ran out of mana. Oh, maybe that was it. I might have ran out of mana. Oh, they did spawn directly by me. Okay. Ow. That hurt. That is our basic attack. It just got improved, theoretically. I need to double check if that's just in terms of the damage multiplier on it that got better, or AoE improved as well. Okay, we're not doing as good a job of holding down the fort here.
It's clear the Vulgis are after the
Whoa.
ironheart. I didn't expect them to set a force of this size.
Hey, dude. Oh, on second thought, sure. Okay, there you go. Basically unlimited range on that ability. I'm not really sure that Bunny needed our help, but we helped nonetheless. The tricky thing about the basic sword swipe ability is, given how it doesn't quite have the range that I want it to have, you kind of need to be right up next to all the enemies to get the full value out of it. Whereas if we had a little more range, a little more flexibility, like I'm going to have to go right up there to get all of them. Granted, wave is over now, but otherwise you're going to miss some of the pack. Okay, so now after this wave, we have our first potential stopping point. So I'll be curious to see if people are interested in pushing further, or if they're just going to settle first stopping point. Oh, that was a bad time. And leave it at that. Oh, okay. A little bit of an anti-synergy on that occasion. If we were right next to that when he did it, then we would probably hit more stuff. Instead, he magnetized them away from us. Like here, get right in there. Get as many as possible.
Loading.
We picked up signals from multiple enemies. Good luck.
Like those guys looked like they were in range, but apparently just barely missed. Oh. Is that the mini-boss? Oh, that is the mini-boss, yes. He is already dead. Oh no, he is not already dead. Yes, he is already dead. I'm a little confused by how he's still able to use his ability. I'm going to deliberately go over here, because, again, it's been a little while since we went on this side, and theoretically, a lot of gold to be had here. So yeah, there used to be one of these types of missions for every single area in the game. And back when Vespers was the highest level zone, that was the one that everyone farmed. Okay, so we got the gold as the reward, which is the most likely but least good of the options. Okay, and everyone says they want to go. Fair enough. I think we certainly could have handled going a little bit further, but people were not particularly interested in doing so. That's fine. But here you see tons of levels, tons of weapon proficiency, and solid mastery rank improvement as well. It's very good from that standpoint. And usually only have a little bit of time to scrounge around for other scraps at the end, which I think for the most part we've already gotten. Okay, so we went from, what was it, level 1 up to level 12 is usually about how much you get from doing one of those. If you start at the first checkpoint, or stop at the first checkpoint. 13. Okay, nice. So, and yeah, again, it used to also drop weapons and Kuiper shards from those missions, and it was just unbelievable how good they were for farming. Basically the best for everything. Not quite the case anymore, but still does serve a good purpose for us when we are in the early stages. And we have at least a little more health, a little more shields now. So maybe we feel a little better about taking on what should just be a little bit of a more difficult version of that one going in the swamps. Although, I think you also get the same amount of XP from that. So, or it's roughly 12 to 13 levels worth. So, I'm not actually sure it's that much better from an XP standpoint. I think it does give you higher quantities of gold, so in that regard, okay, it is technically a little bit better, and the crafting materials you can get outside of gold are probably a little bit better as well. Let's take a quick look here. We do go for the other one. I think it is mostly toxic damage. We could potentially swap you out in favor of this. That seemed to be doing pretty good work for us. I mean, again, it was a low-level zone, but we very rarely found ourselves in trouble. Oh yeah, and so skill expansion, you can see the little, I guess, slots, the little, like, pips on the left side where we've upgraded it twice. But you can upgrade this a whole bunch, and if you do so, the amount of incremental area of effect you can get is absolutely ginormous. Makes sense that the defense missions are the ones that give you the most XP, but in your opinion always has been the most boring. Yeah, I mean, at least for the lower level ones where it's a cakewalk, right? You know, we were never challenged in any way in that mission, but if we go to the more difficult ones, then, and if you actually go beyond just the first checkpoint, then you legitimately can start to get some strategy going there. It becomes meaningful, because otherwise you will find yourself failing. So that gets a little more interesting to me in that case. Not really sure why I went over here. I don't think there's anything we need to do, unless we are going to upgrade modules. I don't think that's of critical importance. So yeah, let's try doing it one more time here in what is theoretically a level 41 zone, rather than what was probably level 8 last time. So yeah, if you are actually trying to grind out, make it all the way to, if not the end, at least the later waves on those types of missions, it legitimately gets significantly more difficult. And there are some interesting techniques that you can do. Like, sure, there's Bunny is typically the best character in terms of clearing out the enemies, but it gets to the point where Bunny may not be able to clear them as quickly and efficiently, so then it becomes more meaningful to have a tank who can stand actually on the opposite end and try to kite the enemies away from the target area, and having someone to sweep up the remaining enemies and be someone who can get in and revive Bunny if she goes down, or other people, or provide other sorts of support. There becomes more of a necessity to have that team dynamic, whereas in the lower levels and the earlier waves, you can kind of just brute force your way through it and not run into too many issues. Okay. So this should be... Whoops, I did not mean to do that. Uh-oh. Wait, we can cancel it and save the cooldown. Okay. We do not save the MP cost, but we do save the cooldown. So this one should be more difficult. As I was saying, the experience, I think it might actually be kind of similar, but rewards should be better from a gold standpoint. And maybe other stuff as well.
I thought the enemy movements looked suspicious.
I might have done that too early.
It seems they were preparing a surprise attack.
I know they're going to spawn here first.
Defense
That's
line
another thing is, technically,
critical.
the enemies always spawn in the same sequence. So, if you get really experienced with these missions, you can actually anticipate where all the enemies are going to spawn and prepare certain types of abilities, like drop some AoE damage over time ability right as the enemies spawn in. Maybe we'll try one of those Kuiper Shard missions after this one, so I don't really remember how those work. Or the, can't exactly the crazy. Not the reactors. The one that's in... Oh, there we go. There's another level.
Multiple enemy signals detected. An unexpectedly large
That was
force
our
advancing
ultimate
to the
ability that
north.
theoretically just got stronger. Never mind, I thought that was gold. It was not. Oh, I should double check. I don't remember what our passive ability is on Sharen, and we did not look. I do not recall. Even these guys who are stronger were still basically one-shotting, even with our basic ability, although our basic ability has higher damage per hit than our ultimate, as we were saying before, so it is a solid skill. And we have what? A Bunny, a Lepic, and an Enzo. The Enzo is a lower level. We're obviously a lower level. I don't know what level we're going to get out of this one, or what we would expect to do. Again, it's usually pretty similar from one run to the next. It's just that obviously it takes more experience to go up to the higher levels, so I don't expect we're going to get 12 more levels this time round. Probably more like, well, 6 to 8 would be my guess. I do not remember. Once upon a time, I was doing these missions like absolutely crazy in the beta.
Detected another large-scale movement of forces. Defend the facility.
So, what's ultimate over here? Oh, never mind, Bunny's shown up. No, Bunny! I was trying to do my thing. Sure. Oh, I don't know if that locked on, but it got somebody, at least. I mean, I guess, just trying to think of, as we were saying before, the different roles that people can play in this type of mission, Bunny being the primary carry. I feel like, or typically, I feel like Sharen could make sense as the sweeper person, cleaning up the scraps with that ultimate ability in particular, just spreading the damage quickly and efficiently, picking off a relatively large group of enemies if they make it through the first line of defense. Nope. Alright, fair enough. They beat us to it. Over there. Just a little bit of looting in this corner while we're at it. Oh, have all the enemies spawn on top of us? Oh, yeah. Probably could have been a little quicker to realize that the enemies were right here. This is not the easiest place for people to get us, just because how far away it is.
Are you all right, Descendant?
I was gonna say, we were doing a pretty good job at the whole not dying
Enemy
thing, despite being a low level.
reinforcements spotted. Prepare
That
for
one was
attack.
just sloppy positioning on my part. Don't mind me. And, don't mind me. But actually, being this far back can be helpful. As I was saying, usually from a tank standpoint, if you can be someone who just takes a bunch of hits and tracks a whole bunch of attention, sends the enemies away from the device, then that can buy people a whole bunch more time. And especially when the enemies start getting stronger and more numerous, that can be a pretty significant factor. An underrated factor. You don't see too many people using that playstyle, but it can definitely be effective. Very fast. I'm pretty sure that cannon just charged up and shot the ground right in front of us. So that was great. Hey, dude.
Multiple enemy signals detected. An unexpectedly large force of advanced
Ow.
vanguard.
Please stop that. Oh. Okay. Now, on the other hand, you could make the case that because we are a lower level character who does not have as high defenses, we are the opposite of a tank right now and really should not be hanging out on the edges of the area. Maybe we go back to being that sweeper character that I was alluding to. Ow. Oh, what? Okay. So yeah, I think we're getting about twice as much gold per pickup here relative to the previous place. Stay in our position. Stay in our role. Wait for these types of guys. Oh, branded. Well, we'll wait. We'll wait for the right opportunity. Oh, well. This might have been the right opportunity when the big guys start popping up. Oh, like you.
They're not hesitating. They're clearly intending to destroy our facility.
Really, I was not assuming that until you said so. The thought was not for... What, we've gotten 5 levels at this point? Might break this down. Oh, well, I was gonna target those guys. I guess we'll just annihilate you. Quickly loot. Back in position. Sort of. Okay, yeah, now they're thrown up from there as well. And once the shield guys show up, it can definitely slow down the rate at which people take out the enemies. Even if it isn't necessarily the shield guys directly dealing damage, they set everyone else up. Oh, also this. Ow. That hurt a lot, actually.
We've detected another large-scale movement of forces.
Just looking
Defend
for
the facility.
health. Which I thought I got. There we go. Go away, shieldy dude. Oh, that'll do. Let's do this. Thinking, yeah, this is the first checkpoint wave. Okay, so there will be a mini boss on this wave then. There we go, up to 19. So that's 6 levels, which is about what we were saying we might expect, maybe a little bit more than that. Say, depending on how we do here. Oh, what? Oh, I accidentally canceled it. No. We do have you back. And maybe a little bit overkill at this point, but we'll go for it.
They're not
once again, I have
They're clearly intended
activated
to
our
destroy
ultimate
our facility.
just before the high damage enemies show up. Yeah, it's pretty weak though, defensively at least. Okay, the mini boss has shown up though. Where is he? I think. Oh yeah, that's where he is. We could just keep him away from this area for a little while. And that'd be great. Ran out of ammo. That's not great. Come on. Come on. Ultimate. Ultimate. Ammo. Fine. We'll switch. We're also not dead. So instead, I'm just gonna take a second here to loot. Okay, so I'm curious if people choose to progress. We did get the amorphous material, so that is nice. And that was going pretty smoothly. So we did the first 7 waves for that checkpoint. It only is 3 more waves until we get our next one. So we don't need to wait quite as long, but obviously at this point, the waves are getting more difficult. This level while we're at it as well. And that's our ultimate, a little bit stronger now. And perhaps... Oh, well. I was going to use it against those enemies who are getting a little bit closer. There are some enemies who spawn behind us, however... did not dangle. Yeah, so you can see it's taking a little bit longer to take those guys out now. They spawned over here again.
Detected another large-scale movement of forces.
They did.
Defend the facility.
Admittedly, there might have been some other people who were hitting the device as we were a little bit distracted there. Did abandon our post a little bit. Ow. Oh, we have the tiny sliver of health right now. Over though. Love to find some help to acquire. Little red blobs anywhere? Bueller? Plenty of gold. That's not the issue. We are still at extremely low health. Right as I found the health right there. Of course, is when we go down. Now we're at full health after getting the revive. Okay, well, let's go back to our post. Oh, they are, I think. Yep, they are spawning behind her. Just a little bit. Are these little boulders covered?
An unexpectedly large force is advancing as the vanguard.
Yup. They're here, alright. That still works. Uh-oh. We let some through. So, but you can start to see now, as it starts to get a little more difficult, a little more complex, how there are legitimately a little a role and a position that we are expecting different people to fulfill. Because if we didn't make a point of going back here every once in a while, we would have a bunch of guys sneaking through and dealing some significant damage. Of course, occasionally there are some guys who find their way through even our stronger lines of defense. This is where all the health was. Okay. We don't need it now, but the bunny does. It's okay, she'll be fast. She'll pick up extra health elsewhere. You can just see the enemies flying around. The remains of the enemies from the skills that our teammates are using on them. Okay, we are getting some spawns here now.
Loading.
Where are you? Check back in because, yep, that's a concern. Spent a little too long back behind the device because although there were still some enemies spawning there, they were far enough away that they weren't as immediate of a threat.
Multiple enemy signals detected.
And you can start to see as the enemies are so numerous here that things like the thunder cage explosion start to become a lot more effective. We are not using it, but I can tell that at least one of our teammates is. Okay. Oh, it's a mini boss. Is this the last wave before we reach a checkpoint, or do we have one on a non-checkpoint wave as well? We might. Oh, we need one more. Cool. Stay away. Oh, that's not great. That's also definitely not great. Okay. Oh, that was checkpoint wave. Okay, so that time we just got gold. I'm curious, they might choose to stop here. It is starting to get a little more difficult, and it'd be challenging to get the next one, although it might still be possible, but yeah, okay. Everyone says time to head out. Fair enough. But yeah, that gives you a little bit more of a feel for what it can be like when you go a little bit further in those types of missions and do the one that is just a higher base level to begin with. And here you see just how much XP we got. So we were 13 going in. Got up to 22. So 9 levels. Got this amorphous material as well. Let's, we'll head back to Albion. Oh, and if we were a little bit quicker. Looking at that page, could have potentially looted a little more gold, but that's okay. We got a lot. Okay, new research complete, you say? Maybe worth taking a quick look. And now that, what did we say we were? We're level 22. I mean, that is still a little low to be progressing in the campaign. So maybe we look to do, and not one of those resource defense missions, although that would still be possibly the best way to farm additional levels. Maybe one of the other types of optional missions.
Magisters are probably humanity's real hope.
Let's see.
Don't you think?
Okay, it's that component, which I believe was the last piece we needed to actually craft this ultimate weapon. Yes. There we are. We do have at least one of these already. But again, the more copies you have of those ultra-rare weapons, the more you can enhance their unique ability. And we already have one of these Vulgis spiral catalysts, so that's why I'm not crafting it. And I'm not sure that there's any reason to double up on the Descendant materials. So I think this would quite literally just be throwing away resources for no reason. But don't quote me on that. Okay. It's looking good from that standpoint. And now, so we did resource defense here and resource defense here. We continue to try to up the ante a bit. We have the void experiment here, which again, that's the kind that I just don't really remember what the deal is with how that works exactly. But that could potentially be a next logical step. Have we unlocked the bonus type of mission here yet? I don't think so. Oh, we are... Huh. We're only about halfway through this zone. Thought we were more than that for some reason. Okay. Fair enough. Maybe we will give this one a shot then. It's level 51 zone, so theoretically this is much more dangerous. And despite that, I'm not sure if it's actually going to be better from an experience standpoint. It might not be, but I'm just less familiar with these types of missions, so I'm intrigued either way. And yeah, shouldn't have any new weapons or other equipment either, so I think from that standpoint, we're still rocking the same stuff here. But we have, actually, let's take a quick peek. We have upgraded the levels on these a little bit. So this used to be, I think, a high 600% damage multiplier. Now it's a high 700% damage multiplier. So the damage has definitely gotten higher as we've leveled up. I don't think the cooldown has changed. The area of effect, I don't think has changed. Although I am kind of tempted to hop back over a town, enhance the skill expansion a couple of times and see where that puts us. I kind of want to do that right now. Let's give it a shot. It's a little greedy because it is a offensive skill rather than a defensive skill, but I think we can, well, in the lower level zones we could afford to do that. I don't know if in the higher level zones that's the best idea. If anything, it might make sense to just load up on non-stop defensive stuff here. But the increased AoE is much like the cooldown improvement module, something that I do like to prioritize early because it is applicable on so many exiles for so many different skills that it's a solid all-round investment. Very rarely are you going to find yourself getting no value out of it. So if we do this, yeah, we get 5% increase AoE, and if we upgrade it another time, then it's 11.5% additional AoE. So that's pretty significant. Let's see actual raw numbers here. This was what? I think the larger of the two numbers was maybe 7.6 meters. So we gained a third of a meter horizontally. Something like that. Alright, but now let's head over and try... Oh no, not this one. At the desert. Going for that one. Oh, did I say exiles instead of descendants? Oops. I have, honestly, that is the common theme of most of the games that I've played. Between Pyre is probably the game you're thinking of, but Path of Exile is actually the game that I have the most total time on, and obviously that has to do with exiles. So somewhere in the back of my mind, that is just very deeply ingrained. Okay, so let's see. For this one, so it is all... Wait, Vulgis have deployed special bombers, been modified with void energy on the battlefield. Forced open the void dimension. Void experiment must be neutralized before something occurs that's beyond our control. Complete all missions here. So it has waves, like the resource defense. I don't remember how it differs from the resource defense in that case. It does have amorphous materials that it can drop, but it's not guaranteed. And, you know, the further we go, the higher percentage chance we have of getting that good stuff, and that's why getting one early on the previous mission was nice. And I'm not sure if we have any of the things from those potential crafts. Okay. So, I do not remember how this type of mission works. Oh, and I've been meaning to check. Hold on. Can we check quickly? What is our passive? Outgoing damage increase when attacking non-targeted enemies? Wait, when using ambush state, killing an enemy by using a skill resets the active camouflage cooldown. This effect gains cooldown when attacking increased damage against enemies who are not targeting the caster. Oh, okay, if we go after people who are not targeting us, we get damage bonus, and we can technically spam our
intel on enemy movements.
Spam our cloak a little bit more than we were doing before.
Apparently, it's a potential threat that could lead to a void erosion.
Have we done this before?
Unchecked.
This does not look familiar. Oh no, I vaguely remember seeing one of those bomber dudes run away repeatedly. That does seem familiar. Also, ow. Wait, the hell? The hell? Oh, we do not have a full party right now, for what it's worth. And these waves are considerably shorter, it seems. Okay, so we follow the bomber dude. Wherever he leads us. Also, our bunny teammate is apparently not doing anything. I'm pretty sure they're just hanging out at the LZ. Which is a little unfortunate, because that might mean that, for all intents and purposes, this is just two people doing this. It seems like maybe once again the only drops we're going to get out of this are gold. But that was incredibly fast. Fortunately, the Glay teammate, the one who is actually doing stuff, does seem to be quite good. So that helps. Oh, I was gonna use our ultimate. But the enemies might be draining our MP with those lines connecting us to them. That might be a thing. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure our bunny... Oh, no. Are they moving now? Now they're doing things. Okay. Now we at least have 3 people doing stuff.
You should be able to detect void energy from some distance. It disrupts the entire dimension.
Okay, I thought I saw something up here. Apparently I made that up. So I don't really know if there's a specific enemy or enemies we are supposed to be shooting. But whatever we're doing does kind of seem to be working. Right. We can chain our Invis skill to deal a bunch of damage. Seems like is technically the way to do it. Also, where the... Oh, that's where the enemies are. Except we cannot use any of our skills right now because that enemy that was right in front of us had blocked them all, apparently. I don't know if the ones that have various glowy effects are ones that we have further reason to target. Okay, after this one, we have a checkpoint. Oh, no, that was the checkpoint. Okay, we got gold. And I guess we'll keep on going. Or maybe not. So the bunny who is potentially gonna... No! Gonna leave us. It's the Glay who's been doing all the heavy lifting, it seemed. So as long as we had her, I was gonna say, well, it's still possible. Yeah, only 4 minutes. Very quick. Definitely significantly less XP. In terms of XP per minute, I don't know. Maybe it was comparable. We did not get... you know what? Let's restart that. Let's go for another round of that. See how we fare. And we were not not doing that much relative to our teammates, even though we were shooting at least. So I think we might be depending a bit on our teammates continuing to do some good stuff for us. Wait, that person's name is It's Krogan? A fellow Mass Effect enjoyer? You love to see it. What's up, Wheatley? How's it going? We're doing some First Descendant. We're doing this type of mission that admittedly, even now after having just done it, still do not fully understand exactly how it works.
We have some intel on the enemy movements. We've detected an experiment.
We fight waves of enemies.
Apparently, it's a potential.
And when we
threat
do
that
fight
could
those
be
waves of enemies, it kind of weakens that overarching, recurring bomber dude's health, who presumably is sort of the final boss of this encounter.
Shields are down.
It's a Vulgis ambush. Deal with them quickly.
And there's a level. That's, oh, our basic slash. A little bit stronger, nice. Apparently we can kind of, sort of use it midair. I will choose to believe that it was significant that we killed that enemy because the wave ended as soon as we did so. Whether or not that's actually the case, I don't want to know. Oh, over here. Huzzah! Oh, did I miss everyone with that? I might have missed everyone with that. But also that wave was incredibly quick.
Void energy is so strong. It's almost palpable.
And that was also not enough range to hit anyone, I don't think. That one was definitely user error. Oh man. We are just through these waves in the blink of an eye. Oh, hello there. Now we get them. Ow. Okay, rewards after this wave, although it said that last time, and then we immediately went to this, which was weird. Yeah, I mean, we're flying through this. I was a little surprised that the previous team did not want to go further, but with our Krogan buddy, we can certainly handle it. I'm enjoying the game. We're
You need to locate the
starting,
Vulgis
we're playing a character,
and eliminate it.
I hesitate to say for the first time, in full release. I did play her on the beta. So we're still in the relatively early stages, getting stronger on her. Oh, no, our Krogan buddy! Hold on. We'll go invisible, so we can more safely revive him. Look at that. Expert strats. Oh, and then, oh, we almost died immediately after doing that. But see, everything is fine. This is free to play. Yes, it is. Ooh, ow. Let's go invisible. Because we can, although it won't prevent us from getting knocked back there. And then, let's miss everything with that sword attack. And then make ourselves believe that we made a meaningful contribution in that wave.
Void energy is so strong.
Okay, so there are 38 waves total if we were truly to complete this all the way through. Which, I mean, as you saw with the resource defense missions, we were absolutely ending well before that. So, not like I'm anticipating that's about to happen. Oh, we are of some mana. Oh, hold on. Wait, one of our teammates was down. And we're about to go down. We could use that health right there. Thank you. Or really any of this health. We're getting some kills every once in a while. Might have to give it a shot. I mean, since it's free to play, it feels like one of those things where if you have a little bit of time to check it out, why not? See if you like it, and if you do, then great. If not, then you didn't really lose anything in the process. Didn't have to pay any money for it. Pretty low risk in that way. And also go invisible to facilitate picking up health. Legitimate use case as well.
Void energy is so strong. It's almost palpable.
Okay, I was gonna say, that guy's health went down very quickly. I was surprised that we were dealing that much damage, then I realized one of our teammates was shooting the same guy. That made a lot more sense. Okay, now again, it said that, and then it immediately went to the rewards page. Yeah, which is weird. Okay, are they looking to end now? One person says yes. Okay, and then usually whoever makes that first move sets the tone for the rest of the group. Crossplay as well, yeah. Like that lobby there, I think sometimes when you hover over someone's head, it shows you which platform they're on. And at least in one of the previous groups, might have been that one right there. I think we were all on different platforms. Okay, so I did not go for the rerun on that occasion, for what it's worth. So maybe we'll just take a second to see where we stand. I mean, you would think crossplay would be the standard, but yet it definitely does not happen every time. So we did not do that well from an experience standpoint there. So, to be honest, not really sure what the benefit of doing that type of mission is outside of, if you have a specific amorphous material that you need for a specific craft. Because for pure leveling, even in a lower level zone, the resource defense was significantly better. Yes, the waves take longer, but it still seems like it is significantly better experience per minute. So at level 23, do we feel like we still need to do a little bit more of that before we're ready to start pressing onward with the campaign? Do we take our chances being a low-level character in the campaign and, accept the fact that we're going to die a fair bit and maybe slow our progression in the process? So, I mean, it might make sense, honestly, to do a little bit more grinding, because the long-term payoff for that might actually make it faster. Overall. Oh, actually, let's just take another peek here. So now it was high 800% damage multiplier. Now it's just above 8, basically exactly 800. This one is still a little over 200 per hits with a maximum of 3 hits per enemy. So again, it can potentially hit more people. And that's maybe where most of the value comes from, but from a pure damage standpoint, this is arguably better. And if you have the big AoE, then you might still hit more people with this. I don't know how this improves as time goes on. We've improved the cooldown from our modules, but the ambush damage multiplier has gone up. That was previously a 70% damage multiplier. Now it's a 90% damage multiplier. And that's pretty big. Practically doubling the damage with whatever skill we use when we break out of our cloak. So that is worth making a point of doing, you would think. And then here, cooldown. Admittedly, I don't know if I've ever deliberately used the stun attack, but cooldown is now pretty quick again, mostly from the modules. Range is a little bit better. The stun duration was definitely shorter before, right? It might have been 3 or maybe 3.5 seconds. Now, 5-second stun, that gives you a lot of time to deal damage or relocate, use a different skill, whole bunch of stuff. And if you combine the 90% damage bonus from this with the 15% damage bonus from going after an enemy who is not actively targeting us, and we are doing over double the damage against those enemies. So to the extent that we can be a sneaky little infiltrator and pick off enemies who are not going after us while cloak is up, we get a pretty big boost. Oh, do we have anything with this? With either of these icons on it? Wow. Okay. That's unfortunate. Surely there's something with one of those two glyphs we could use, right? Hold on. Let's organize this glyph. What do we have? Not that many options. We're missing the... Okay, I guess we could go with this one. Crit hit resistance, electric skill, power. Those are pretty low numbers. It's a little bit hard to get excited about those. Let's check the other one, this guy. Anything more intriguing here? Electric resistance, HP collector, extra skill power at the cost of a longer cooldown. I mean, honestly, our cooldown, at least on the basic skill, is quick enough. You could maybe make the case for doing this, and I'm just kind of wondering, let's just see for a second. If we were to do this, how much does the damage go up? Currently it's 800%. Now... Oh, it doesn't show it there? Oh, wait, no, it was not HP Collector I was looking for. I was looking for this. That's why. It still does not show the damage multiplier there. Okay. Makes it a little hard to know exactly what kind of damage we're looking at in that case. Well, what is the second word we have for most of our stuff? The primary, the element is electric, but then we have fusion, dimension, fusion. Okay, so the dimension stuff is all things that don't directly deal damage, so it's really fusion is the second word that we care about. So fusion specialist is significant in that way. And this is 22% skill power. This is 19 without the downside on the skill cooldowns. It probably would be worth doing that. Okay. I think I do like that. We did sacrifice the either shields or no, I think it was the defense bonus. But we're now a little more efficient from a module capacity cost standpoint. So we could either upgrade this or upgrade the skill expansion. This is good specifically for Sharen, and because we get the discount on it, it does kind of make sense to prioritize that. But this has more universal applicability across different characters. So from that standpoint, this makes some more sense. Damage versus area of effect. Ultimately the question. We did get a little bit of extra damage just from putting that module on in the first place, but in terms of additional upgrades, I think I might go the extra AoE.
If all modules were the same, I'd be out of a job, right?
Okay, so if we do this, and you start to see we're getting enough upgrades now that the incremental value is becoming pretty huge. Incremental cost is also getting pretty big, but we're doing pretty okay from that standpoint there. So we get an additional, what, 7%, additional 16%, and we can go all the way up here for an additional basically 25% extra AoE. Okay, that is gonna force Freyna to unequip it, but that's okay. We can rework Freyna's modules when we go back to playing her. Okay, but that's what I was alluding to before. Because you can upgrade this specific module so many times, the boost you start to get on it becomes absolutely ginormous. So now, yeah, previously we were looking at, 7-ish meters. Now it's almost 10 meters on the radius. So hopefully that means we can much more reliably get large groups of enemies with it and hit all of the enemies near us rather than sometimes having a few that still survive. So now, do we still want to do a little more grinding? And if so, with what type of mission? Yeah, this is the one we just did. I mean, or we could deliberately do a mission that is useful for getting a specific crafting resource, in which case, probably check in with
Humanity
you,
is very weak.
see what we're close to finishing, but still need another piece or two with, and at this point, I think we have a few characters that we only have one of the objects on, but that's not that close. Smithereens here is close, but this one requires the fusion reactor. Yeah, there are a lot of things that require a specific fusion reactor, which is tricky if we don't have a character with the matching element. We have one for you. We have two on this. Maybe we can get one of these materials. How do we get this? Again, fusion reactor. Okay, yeah. Yikes. Does make it tough. Final masterpiece? Yeah. Maybe maybe we hold off a little while longer before we focus on any specific weapon grinding, or character grinding for that matter. I think for the ones that do require that we do a specific Void Reactor mission, that is the only one that is currently available, but I think I saw later zones will eventually have quests that drop those things, so if we're patient, there will be alternatives. So what if we just go for something specifically for grinding purposes one more time round, and then I think we'll be in a better place level-wise to press onward with the campaign. Could go back to doing, well, probably not in Kingston, but could do, well, then again, it did not seem as though this was actually any worse from an experience standpoint relative to the higher level version in Echo Swamp. Maybe we'll still do the Echo Swamp one, though. And if we're, what, level 23-ish? Yeah, 23 right now, relatively close to 24. Then what would we expect to get to? Maybe 27, 28 from doing this? So this is what we didn't do last time with Freyna, or at least we did it once, I think. And then we tried to go straight into the campaign and got a little bit overwhelmed. But you see, we have a level 1 teammate right now, so they have a similar idea here. Level 26 teammate and 1 level 40 teammate. Okay, so we'll see how far we make it with this group. I'm kind of doubtful that we'll look to push beyond the initial checkpoint, but we'll see. And I am curious to see if we use, well, I guess we can test this now. That looks like a much larger AoE. And it is technically upgradable further. We do need a little more module capacity before we can squeeze that in, unless we drop something else for it.
As the zone's defense line has
Cloak.
been breached,
We do
the
this.
situation is critical.
I
I'm
still would
assuming
like to pick you. And we don't have a bunny, would usually be the ideal carry for these types of missions, but Valby is an underrated plan B in that regard, and that's one of the reasons why I really like Valby. So I think she's kind of a more entertaining way of doing a similar playstyle. Large area of effect, control spawn areas. Maybe not the best in terms of single target, but you're okay giving that up in the name of big clear speed. Woo! Oh, okay, I was about to sword swipe you. Well, that's another thing we could do is, since we are a little bit range limited in terms of, sure, we did increase the area of effect on our sword swipe, but it still is based on where we are currently standing. That's pretty nice. We could use the grappling hook a little bit more to set ourselves up for it. Because if enemies are actively running away from us, then that makes it tougher for us to hit them. We need to catch up to them before they're in range. But that's not where I wanted to go. And you had already killed all those dudes. Oh, hold on. No, they've got that taken care of. Okay. That's a lot of dudes, though. We do this, and that makes it a little bit easier. This one, I mean, Valby is, of course, doing a pretty good job here. Oh, he was blocking our skills. I was trying to do the sword swipe. They prevented me. So yeah, Valby is possibly my favorite character. And so if there were one character that I would like prioritize crafting, it would be her. But I just don't know that we have missions to get the resources we need to do that. Or if we do, then a lot of them are those void reactor missions that are
They're not
harder
hesitating.
to
They're clearly intending to destroy
There we
our
go.
facility.
harder to do with the characters that we currently have, or are outright impossible to do with the characters that we have. You see nothing. Ow. That was pretty nice. Yeah, definitely feeling how that sword swipe has a lot more left to right range than it has front and back range, for lack of a better way of phrasing. Like, it doesn't go that far in front of us, but it does almost cover 180 degrees in front of us. If we further increase the AoE, can we actually get it so that it is a full 360? That'd be pretty cool. Theoretically, that might be possible. There is, I think, a limit technically on many skills for how much you can increase the AoE. But I do not recall exactly how much it is. Oh, okay. Never mind, you have this all taken care of. I see that now. I, on the other hand... Oh, apparently did not.
Multiple enemy signals detected.
Yeah, and I suppose, as we were saying previously, maybe our ideal role with our skills is to be the person hanging out by the device here. And that is in part with our ultimate, where we can pick off multiple different enemies, even if they're spread out. But if we're standing right here, and we do our basic sword swipe, just look at how much ground we cover. You know, almost everyone right in front of this device. We have a bunch of people who are meleeing it, at least. Let's do this, and this, and then this. And we can spam this more often than we have in the past. So, well, not that we really need it on that occasion. Yeah, so this is where we also make up all the money that we spent, or it's all the gold that we spent on upgrading those modules. Don't get any Kuiper shards here, unfortunately. So that's, in all likelihood, more so the bottleneck, at least for module upgrades. Goodbye. And I think the individual knives that we throw on our ultimate do have a little bit of AoE as well. So what with all of our AoE improvements, technically that might be a little bit more of a thing. It's not a huge AoE, I think it was something like 2 to 3 meters. But that is something. That is theoretically capable of hitting multiple enemies. Okay, well here's the thing that I was explaining before.
Detected another large-scale movement of forces. Defend the facility.
Those guys. Oh. Oops. reinforcement powered up. Theoretically, dealing a little more damage now. A little bit more of the monies in these more obscure locations. But, you know, probably should get back up here. Hello. Admittedly, I think we only hit one enemy with that. But we really can just spam that ability. Like, look at it's the leftmost skill. Look at how quickly the bar moves when we do it.
Defend the facility.
Come on. Come on. I'm trying to grappling hook onto them. They do not want me to do it, though. Fine. We'll just shoot the enemies. Okay, yeah, oh, that hit nothing, because I was hoping to aim it that way with all of you guys in that direction, except the big dude was quick enough that I had to face the other way, and got a whole lot of nothing out of that. I think we have 2 more waves, including this one, before checkpoint. Which, again, I kind of suspect that we are... Oh, hold on. Ultimate's still on cooldown. Come on. Come on. Any second now. And at this point, most of the enemies I was going to go after are dead. That honestly is a very useful purpose for it as well.
I'm sorry, Descendant. No time to catch your breath. We have more enemies coming at us.
Owie. You see nothing? We can also use that stun ability, which I honestly have not pressed even once, I don't think, but in a mission such as this, especially if we do get overwhelmed by a large group of enemies, there is something to be said for using that. Sneak behind maneuver that I was alluding to, but we should get this person back up. If I had the cloak, I would use it. Okay, yeah, so now this is the first checkpoint wave. Okay, another level, nice. I think this is about the amount of experience we anticipated we might get. this shield dude come back this way a little bit.
Multiple enemy signals detected. An unexpectedly large force is advancing as the vanguard.
Oh, okay, mini boss is here. We stun him. Can he be stunned when he's in the immunity phase? I do not know. There we go. That's use case for the ultimate.
Descendant, incoming impact detected.
You don't
Brace
say.
yourself.
Oh, we're actually taking a lot of damage right now. We have 10 seconds left.
Descendant, the facility will be destroyed at this rate.
It's gonna be close, but we'll be fine. Okay, surely that is a sign that, yes, as anticipated, people will abandon ship, but we did get an amorphous material, so that is nice. Okay. Let's close out here. Nab a little bit of extra loots before we get teleported back. There we go. What aspects of the game are there paywalls for? So, unlocking characters, you can do that by getting specific materials from finishing missions, or you can just buy them outright. So that's one thing. And we can take a quick look right now. Let's see. Some crafting materials I think you can purchase. Certainly the cosmetics, for sure. These are all character stuffs, cosmetics. Let's see. Battle Pass. Take a look at this. Okay, I'd rather not have to purchase it to preview what's inside of this. There are some, like, passive XP and money drop boosts you can get as well. Like that blurs the line a little bit more. You could make the case that's a little bit pay to winny. These are not well, these are dailies that we can do even if we are free to play, although for the most part they just contribute toward that season, or the, what was it? What were they just calling it? The season pass? Oh, I thought there was actually, hold on. Thought I actually saw that it is possible to now, as of late, do something with this stuff even if you're free to play. Battle Pass, bonus shop, battle supply shop, it might be this. Yeah, I think we're actually able to do this despite currently being free to play. But without purchasing the Battle Pass, this is very grindy. I mean, again, it's cosmetic stuff. So things like that. Okay, but what we were mostly trying to do there was just farm up a little more XP. We're up to 27 now, which is still a little low for pushing into zones that are approaching level 60, but we could attempt to do so at this stage. Let's just see what zone, what level is the next zone to be in here. Talking, yep, level 60, 60, 60, pretty consistently at 60. So it will not be easy. We will definitely die a fair bit. If we are soloing it, then I think we'll have a lot of trouble. If we can team up with some people, then we might be able to get away with this.
Water will guide us.
Okay, the realm of
There
truth.
you are.
Here I
Are
am.
you hurt at all?
Our
We
first
are,
target is
not
a structure
hurt, I
overlooking
guess.
the entire gulch
Whoa.
called the Eye of Truth. I've sent the mission details about the target and nearby objectives. Make sure you look them over.
So, the culprit behind the ominous gaze you felt is the Eye of Truth?
Yep. The closer you get to it, the more you feel it stare.
It is a beautiful area, which I know I've said like every time we've gone into one of these zones, but for some reason it just feels like this kind of aesthetic is very rare for games to do this. I don't know what you would call this kind of climate that we're seeing here. Like what country or geographical area you would associate with this. What do you guys think? Because it's very lush green, but also these cliffs as well. I don't know, like Scotland? Maybe? Not that I've been there, but okay. So I'm speaking from ignorance. But obviously Scotland has huge structures like that as well that look like dinosaur bones. Okay, so ideally we would find a group of people to team up with. Hold on. I have no idea which one of those missions those people are actually doing. Probably one of these. But if we could tag along with them for that, that would be great. Because here's just a reality check. That's how much damage we deal to a basic enemy, and how much damage they deal to us. The numbers aren't great. They are not exactly stacked in our favor at the moment. This bridge looks cool. On the other hand, is it about to collapse when we walk across it? Because it very much feels like that type of thing. Apparently not, though. Meridian from Andromeda? You know what? You're not wrong. Like the mountain range, but greener. Right, it's just... I don't know what kind of climate you would describe this as. And then in some of the other zones, I can't tell if it's the case here. Okay, other people doing this one, let's absolutely jump in here. Whoa. Okay, I guess I don't know what I expected. Should have expected for there to be enemies immediately. But some of the other areas in this zone have like water and beachy areas as well. Who apparently... Oh, it was probably those other dudes who were dealing damage to us. I was looking at the mini-boss, I was like, I don't think it can hit us in that... from that distance with whatever skill it's using right now. Okay, that feels a little cheap. That felt a little cheap.
The biosignal of the
It
Iron
is
Truth
dead.
is diminishing. Great work, Descendant.
Not that we did all that much to make that happen. Okay, but that's one of the missions checked off. Now, ideally... Wait, is that the exit? If so, then that looks pretty cool. How do we get out of here? How did these people get here in the first place? What? This is weird. Do they know how to escape? Outside of just fast traveling back to where we started? I'm curious if this damages us. It does not. You know, it looks like a pool of blood, which is a little unsettling. Did they fast travel back? I don't know where they went. I think we are fast traveling back, because to wind our way through whatever this place is would presumably take a while. Now, this is, of course, a higher level zone, and so we do have the chance of getting some weapon and other equipment upgrades here. That would not be one of them, though. That is, of course, one of the main potential benefits going in here. Okay, so this... Both of these are electric reactors, and despite not having the bonus weapon type, it is still better damage on the skills that matter for us, at least. Skill cost reduced, chill skill power bonus ratio, those are the bonus stats, and then here, toxic skill power, skill critical hit damage. Okay, at least that one is relevant to us. Let's throw that on. And then here, lose HP, lose shield recovery modifier, gain item acquisition distance modifier. No, thank you. Okay. Let's see if ideally we can team up with other people again. Like, just look at that. That's beautiful. That's screenshot material right there. Take away the UI, which you might be able to do. I don't know if there's a photo mode. There might be. Okay, wait, these people are going there, or at least it looks like it. Which I'm pretty sure is relatively close to where we were previously, in that it is also across that bridge that made me a little suspicious. But I still don't know how we were going to get out of that weird building that we were in. Careful. Don't get too ambitious trying to speed up going across that bridge. Okay, technically not part of the mission. I assume there are people doing this right now. Yes, there are. Let's hop in. Are these some of the same people we had before? I have no idea. Oh, sounds like someone just got rid of a big dude. Created a nice drop. I don't know, though.
The enemy has a bomb. Use it to blow up the device.
Oh, I thought I misheard you, but no, you did just say, point blank, the enemy has a bomb. Straight to the point. Oh, what happened to that dude? Ah, that's the big guy. That's the big guy. Oh, okay. I mean, that works.
Found something.
Just check what, if anything, we are close to. I mean, I guess this? Maybe one of these dudes is about to do that. Oh, is he activating this reactor, or is that just a coincidence? Can we actually do this one? Apparently we can. Not necessarily sure we have a great need for that. Okay, yeah, that other dude just ran away. Hey, friends. Oh, everything's fine. So yeah, that's maybe a good indication of if we were trying to solo these missions, how things would go. You know, 3 basic enemies, and we can barely kill them. Right? He is accurately describing the situation. You gotta give him that much. Oh, also if you factor in how we get a damage bonus when we are attacking enemies who are not going after us. Okay, someone just initiated this mission, so I guess we'll tag along with them. Just a little surprised to see this random spaceship appear directly above my head after I had nothing to do with that. Oh, or is it this one? Well, that's what we have marked. But I mean, By standing in here and shooting an enemy once they've arrived, we should, yes, end up joining this person's squad. Admittedly, there aren't really any enemies for us to go after here at the moment. There they are.
Avoid the enemy's artillery fire and focus on the target. Try your best not to get hurt.
Thanks. Your passive-aggressive comments. Okay, if we had not improved the AoE of our attacks, I imagine that probably would not have hit. Noise. Oh, not so noise.
The target is close by. The shield pulse is becoming weaker. Keep it up.
Okay, the number I'm seeing at the top of the screen still says 100%, but I'll take your word for it. Oh, that's... Okay, that's the boss. That boss is dead. We totally helped. Made a huge difference. The 2 bullets we fired at them. Oh, hello. Our teammate is down. Hold on. Hold on. We're going invisible. Theoretically.
Searching the area.
See? Everything is fine. Maybe. Oh, that's also another boss dude. And our teammate is also dead again. But everything is fine. Okay. We legitimately helped with that boss.
Now, let's do this.
Oh, did we just get a 3rd person? Or possibly even a 4th person near the end there? We might have. Okay, I think we have, yeah, 1 more mission in this area that we're still trying to wrap up. So if we could get, yes, at least one of these people tagging along with us for that, that would be perfect.
I found a route that leads to the Eye of Truth. There's a Vulgis signal coming from inside. Tread lightly.
I can feel the Vulgis pulse.
What's up, Fig Newton? How's it going? Is this game worth playing? Well, it is a free-to-play game. So we were just talking about this earlier, how, you know, from that standpoint, it is very easy to just throw it on, play for a little bit, see how you like it. And, you know, it's not like it's going to cost you any money to do that.
Are they really trying to stop
So it
us?
does make it easier to just give it a quick look. The gameplay is a lot of fun. It looks great. It is, the story and dialogue is quite weak, and it is very grindy. So depending on how how you weigh those different things, I think that will have a strong influence on how you think of this game.
See what's in there.
Excuse me. Oh, you're blocking my ability. That's why, after spamming the sword button, was not able to do any sorting things. Also, I definitely heard the sound of some kind of big drop somewhere. Yes? Oh, yes. Okay. Is it like Mass Effect Gameplay-wise, a little bit.
That's the voice of one of the members of the
Story-wise, it is, far weaker than Mass Effect, but, that's...
clearly because of the noise.
There's not many things that can compete with Mass Effect from a story standpoint.
Trap! I can feel water drops shaking. A powerful Vulgis must have arrived.
Ooh, some decent stuff in that. There's another mini-boss here.
Albion, we have detected a rescue request signal left by the
Alright.
before.
Mission accomplished. I think that was the last one we needed in this zone.
Necessary.
Yeah, so now theoretically a new area is available to us.
We've gained entry into the Order's fortress.
From a gameplay standpoint, yeah, I would say there's less customizability in terms of how you spec an individual skill, much more customization when it comes to your passives, and technically your weapons as well. More customization there. Gearing, there isn't that much in Mass Effect there. It's usually pretty straightforward in terms of like armor, and there is still some gear customization, although it's not as complicated as the weapons and character passives are in that case. In terms of the actual combat itself, there aren't combos in the same way that there are in Mass Effect 3 and Andromeda, at least. But just through the sheer number of ways you can modify your character, that's sort of where you're getting a lot of the variance. And there are big boss fights that are a lot of fun as well, which we have not done yet today, but I think that is legitimately one of the highlights. Some of them are very difficult and can get frustrating for that reason, but it is cool going up against those big boss fights. Okay, now I'm not actually sure we want to do this, but I think what we really want to do is check out this new zone. We are getting hit by something. Somewhere. Oh, there. Let's hop over here now. Matchmaking is really seamless. That is definitely one of the highlights. For sure. It is easy to take that kind of stuff for granted, but there are a lot of games that really drop the ball, really mess that up. This game is very good from a matchmaking standpoint. Actually, before we start progressing here, I just want to check if we picked up any nice loot in the meantime. Because we definitely have. This is a 6th level upgrade on our current weapon. Let's see. So the base stats are higher for that reason. We get a slightly worse recoil number, although it's almost identical. Chill attack does get reduced quite considerably. Oh, but we have both crit hit rate and crit hit damage. That seems like it's a very nice combo, so absolutely. That looks good. Oh, and this is now proficiency level 40, so that is nice. Let's quickly check our modules here. Oh, because we have a lot of module capacity to spare. Okay, so this is where, like in Mass Effect, you have a couple of mods you can throw on your weapon and customize it in that way. We have a full-blown set of passives for our weapon here in the First Descendant. So we have a lot more ability to customize it here. Let's see. I think we want to go in on the crit stuff, since we happen to get those extra mods, random mods on this to support crit. I think if we drop you, which might be a significant DPS downgrade because fire rate does seem to improve DPS quite a bit, but we throw... Right, is it this one? Wait, that was crit hit damage. I thought there was a different one that I was eyeing. Wait. Fire rate and crit hit damage. Okay, no, I guess that was it. For a second I thought it was doubling on both the crit chance and the crit damage, but maybe I was just mixing that up with our base stats on the weapon. The upper level is all the mods added to the... Yes, so this is basically our inventory of potential upgrades that we could apply, and these are the ones that we've actually selected. And the key number to factor in here is that module capacity. Basically, which now that saved button is blocking, but 39 out of 50 means that there's a limit to how many of these passive abilities we can have active, but we have some extra wiggle room here. We can either throw on some additional upgrades, or we can improve some of the upgrades that we're currently using. Like you'll see, this one here has those little yellow dots to the left. That means we've upgraded that a few times, but these other ones we have not upgraded at all. So this has given us generic damage, crit hit damage, crit hit rate. So improving these would not be a bad idea. Accuracy, crit hit damage, rounds per magazine with a little bit of base damage, fire rate and crit damage, reduce the recoil, crit hit rate. So basically, just trying to find any and every source of crit we can get, but it looks like we've already applied all of the... Oh wait, hold on. We were using some filters here. There are more options. Ooh, hold on. Lethal finish. When firing a firearm, ammo with an additional plus 30% crit hit rate is fired. There's a 15-second cooldown on that. While defeating an enemy with that enhanced bullet, module cooldown... Yes, if you get a kill with that higher crit chance bullet, then suddenly it's only a 5-second cooldown. But the downside is we no longer get a damage bonus for hitting enemies' weak points. So it's definitely a trade-off. But if we're trying to go build around the crit, that is actually pretty tempting. Let's see. What about this? Crit damage, weak point damage. So we would benefit from the crit hit damage. We would not benefit from the weak point damage if we were to go with that one. A lot of these give weak point. Oh, wow. Okay, we have some good stuff here that I would like to throw on. Not really sure I like this, because it does not synergize with crit. I think we might throw on one of these. Crit hit damage, weak point, crit rate. Not sure whether we prefer crit rate or crit damage at this point. Because both are pretty high. We do throw this on. Then suddenly we don't have the weak point damage anymore. Okay. We have 4 more capacity, which is a little bit hard to squeeze things on for such a small number. Do we have this? Oh, we have something like it. Crit rate versus crit damage. I'm curious if it says that's a DPS upgrade. It does say that it is, so I'll trust their math. Do we have this? We do. We do not have anything else we can fit on at 4. So that's where it would perhaps start to make sense for us to upgrade some of these modules. Okay. Theoretically, that just gave us a pretty huge DPS upgrade. And this is a different version of the same weapon, but the random stats, I think, were considerably worse, because the double crit is just such a nice combination there. And if we swap around this weapon... Okay. Oh, actually, hold on. Is there a specific weapon we want to have to get the bonus damage on you, or did we get something better in this spot? Handgun? Well, not really looking to use a handgun right now. Launcher. Machine gun. Okay, we do have the machine gun active right now, so even if we aren't getting the 20% bonus for electric damage anymore, the 40% bonus from the machine gun more than makes up for it. We lose some crit hit damage as a random stat. We gain skill range. Don't care about toxic skill. Power boost ratio. See if anything else happens to have the right type of weapon for us. I think this is actually best choice for us right now. In this case, that is not worth doing, I don't think. Neither is that. That's a lot of MP recovery in combat. That is very useful for Bunny in particular. Not as much so for us. I might hold on to that, but otherwise the other ones I think we can scrap. Speaking of scrapping, should probably scrap some of these lower level ones. Might save the high rarity 58s in case any of those happen to match up really well for what other characters are trying to do. But okay, we are theoretically stronger now.
This doesn't look easy. Sorry for suddenly leaving you behind earlier.
Honestly, didn't even
Mina,
notice.
Ash, do you copy? This is Medical Corps Captain Eugen. Vids, Ribbon, Jane, all members of the Medical Corps, please respond.
Eugen, we're going to begin our investigation of the Order's base. Make sure you find that unit.
Okay, ideally we would team up with Ricky Bobby. Or somebody for that matter. Oh, by the way, don't walk any further forward. Which I very nearly did. Oh, or that way, for that matter. Oh, also, little thing about the game, but honestly, the grappling hook is a ton of fun. Oh, if we could team up with this person, that would be wonderful. Please join us. Yes. Great. Oh, wait, were you already doing this? Why are there already all these drops here? Okay, maybe our teammate was shooting that guy too. But our damage is miles better than it was moments before. We are still defensively a little weak for this zone, so we do need to be careful.
There's something I want to check.
What? I don't think we've ever had a mission that has 4 spots we need to go for.
My speculation is wrong, but I need confirmation.
But yeah, our offensive stuff
Variety of samples. Thanks for
is now much better. Defensively, we do still need to be careful. Yeah, so now we're back to the storyline. Yes. This is a storyline mission, and we got another person helping us out. So theoretically, that also means we're getting into higher level zones, which will give us higher level drops, actual chances of getting gear improvements, as we just saw us get a pretty significant one for our main weapon. Oh, I was about to say they're not really spawning over here. I spoke too soon. Did we end up throwing on that module for the extra crit rate? Did we do that? Oh, that was disturbing. And so was that. Okay. Not entirely sure where I'm supposed to take this. Ow. Also. Just quickly take a minute here to loot some things. I'm holding a... Oh, hold on. Here it is. Except I'm not supposed to go over this way. There we go. Oh, that's an interesting place for this to be hiding. Okay. Let's do this spot. Oh, that's a mini-boss, technically. It does seem like the mini-bosses are appearing much more often now in these higher level missions. It used to be there'd only be one. Sometimes there would be one at the end of the mission. That would be your way to sort of wrap up the mission. All the other enemies would despawn as soon as that enemy went down. But now we're getting multiple mini-bosses mid-mission, and they just keep on coming. There's also a ton of drops over there, so I would like to stop over there in a minute, get some of those things, or so. Oh, hello. I did not see those guys. Help them out a bit. Ow. Please stop shooting. Oh, that's where that's coming from. Help. Thank you. That was the sound of a good drop somewhere. I assume probably over there where there are a bazillion drops. Please. Oh, stop shooting me. See if one of our teammates comes over here. Hopefully. Ricky Bobby! Thank you, Ricky Bobby. There's a mini boss on us now. That dropped some good stuff. That is a little disturbing. Rather not think about it. Can we go invisible while we have that grabbed? We cannot. It's a little unfortunate. Okay, I'm just going to take a quick second here to pick up all that stuff. And we'll pick up their item that dropped. Bring it over here. Put a little bottom room, except that other people had killed all those guys. Thought I saw additional drops over here for a second. Little bit.
This is more than enough. It'll help a lot. Thank you.
Nice. I think we got it? Question mark, but I don't think I saw the mission complete screen. Did you guys see a mission complete screen? No, we're still in a party with these people. Oh, it's almost we're supposed to go over
Vulgis
to the side.
reinforcements coming your way.
Whoa! Well, that's interesting. We also only have 2 minutes left, so I'm hoping, yes, that enemy there was the last one we needed to kill.
While in the water.
We got seemingly a whole bunch of stuff from that mission. And if we could continue to team up with these guys, that would be nice. See, there are 2 missions that start right here. Going for this one. We're going for this one.
I've asked Valby to disrupt the enemy section. It seems like she's doing a good job. The enemy forces are dispersing.
We're supposed to go back where we just came from, apparently. Guess so. Oh, one moment. I need to reload. Thank you. Oh. Never mind.
Shield.
Oh, okay. Apparently there was a good drop there. Sure.
Enemy defense forces are on their way. Be careful.
I assume I was supposed to cross this bridge. It seemed like you were pointing me in this direction. Oh, hello. Oh, okay. I did not realize there was an explosive container right next to me when I did that. might not have chosen to go that route had I made that realization.
Valby has really helped us by leading the enemy away.
Oh, hello. Oh, nice. Okay, got a level. So, I mean, although this is a significantly higher level zone, you can see how we still are not getting experience at the same rate we were getting it when we were just grinding up levels before in a lower level zone for the preferable mission structure.
Looks like a barrier. Valby, are you okay? We should check your condition.
But the fact that we're progressing the campaign, getting much better at drops of several varieties, that of course should make up for it. I know, I was so happy when I saw that we had someone named Ricky Bobby.
I'm fine. I'm retreating safely.
A significant number of units have followed her. Let's take care of the remaining Vulgis.
Our sword. They were all very clustered together. Oh, what? This is a cool area. I mean, we were talking about the foliage and environment before, but now it's more like a castle. You see nothing.
That must be the commander Valby was talking about.
Oh, okay.
Begin engagement.
If you say so. Oh, I did not realize that was a ledge. Thought I was just peacefully walking around the corner. Teleported? Also, where is this theoretical commander? Is he up here? Oh. One moment. We gotta get Ricky Bobby. Oh, that'll be the dude. That'll be the dude. Oh, this seems like it could be very effective for those situations. For the enemies that have a bazillion different of the immunity orbs. Did not think of that.
Valby has safely retreated. Great job.
Ooh, that could be a really good reactor for Freyna in particular. I do want to see what direction people choose to head in here, because if we can continue to team up, that would be nice. You ain't first or last, Ricky Bobby. We going this way, we going the other way. Ricky Bobby is here. The other person is going in the other direction. Come back! Right, exactly. We have priorities here. If you're gonna make me choose, there's really only one choice to be made.
I'll hack the device.
Actually, I'm pretty sure we are the ones hacking the device. Thank you for asking. Do not take credit for the work that we are doing. I don't appreciate that. Oh, that looks ominous. Is this one of the ones that stops the progress when the enemies are in here? It doesn't look like it. Also, that enemy had a lot of health.
It seems they've been conducting some first experiments nearby.
One of the benefits of all these extra mini bosses is we're getting a whole bunch more of some of the high level crafting materials. Not the ones that give us a specific, oop, that's not the direction I meant to go in. Oops. Not the ones that give us a specific unique weapon, but ones that are the secondary resources that you need for some of that stuff. Oh. Visible, please.
I could couldn't interpret what
No! I was gonna use my invisibility to revive them.
Even so, we managed to collect quite a lot of data. Thank you.
Oh, really? We finished the hack right as everyone died?
No Descendant.
That is incredibly unfortunate timing.
Facility here that supplies power to the entire area. If we can make it go up in smoke, we'd be dealing a heavy blow to the Vulgis.
I'm loading.
Yeah, where am I? Oh. Oh. I guess I'm bringing this here. Yeah, it's just, basically I was wondering, you know, were we 1 second away from having all the enemies automatically despawn, except that we all died just before that happened? If so, that is extremely unfortunate. We only have, 2, revives left that we're allowed, or 2 deaths that we're allowed to have now, but this is one of those quest items that we need. Whoa. Okay, there we go. Dudes down here as well. Oh, okay, no, I did not mean to actually jump down there. I nearly did, though. Oh, no, they're spawning right on top of us. Make no mistake. Probably just blew up that explosive container directly on Ricky Bobby. I'm sorry, Ricky Bobby. Conveniently, this dropped right next to that thing. Except they're gonna run it to the one that's over there. Alright, you know what? You do you, Ricky Bobby. You do you. There's, I believe, is the last of the explosive containers we need. See, it is right next to this thing.
That's weird. The power grid is cut off, but it's still working. Did I choose the wrong facility? Based on the blueprints, there's a backup power source underground. The Vulgis must have activated their backup source. Oh yeah, for sure. They brought their backup power source online. Once that's removed, their hands are tied. Descendant, how's the situation over there? I'm detecting
you know, there are
powerful
dudes.
energy signal.
Oh, bigger dude now.
Oh, that's right.
There we go.
The Vulgis power grid is shutting down in every zone.
Nice. Now, just asking for a friend, but, how the heck do we get out of here? Okay, it seems like this one's next on the list. We needed 2, so if these guys are running it, then that works well for us. I did not catch what it said we're supposed to do. Oh, okay. It's been a while since we had one of these ones. Feels like. Just drop the stuff like this. Bring it to the robo dude. Wondering if this is all there is to it, though, because if so, this is a lot quicker and easier. Oh, hold on. Fancier schmancier dudes who drop fancier and schmancier crafting stuffs. The enemies are spawning in very slowly, though. Are they spawning in a totally different area that we just are not occupying? That's why we're not seeing them all? Oh, well, I just heard a sound effect to suggest that, yes, we're getting bigger stuff now. Maybe I spoke too soon. Oh. Or maybe not. Pretty sure that is what is often referred to as a waste. We have a word for that.
I have enough samples.
No, that's all there is to it. Alright, fair enough. That one considerably quicker and easier. Oh, and that was... We did get a crafting material that is specific for one of the legendary weapons at the end of that mission. Okay, we still have one more mission we have left. I don't know if these guys have already done it. It seems like it's back in the other direction, so... That may mean... they've already completed it, since they're over here. But there was kind of a natural flow to the various quests that just took us over in this direction. So, maybe they were following that flow as well. We can make this jump, right? Right? We're fine. Panic ult. I mean, they said that a big enemy was spawning in, so I was ready to use it. It's just, you know, didn't actually prove to be very helpful. It seemed like someone else is doing this, but apparently not. So let's go here. 3 minutes or less. Oh no, it's a collection one. Okay, well that means it's parkour, theoretically. Also, there are enemies attacking us.
I've distributed DNA detection catalyst at Eugen's request. If there's any DNA to be detected, it'll be attached to the catalyst and turned into data.
Yes, it is.
The catalyst won't last long, so try
Oh,
to
I went in the wrong
everything
direction.
quickly.
Okay. Okay, now, the previous one of these, we had a rough time with. Also, I missed that somehow. I did not realize you could grapple them directly. Usually, these are not that big of a deal. These types of missions. But, oh, also, we have a time limit, which is the primary thing that is making this more difficult. Oh, I did not realize there was a chasm there. Also, I thought I could make that jump. Having more people here just so we can split up what direction we go in feels like that would be a relevant factor. There's a lot over there. There's a whole lot over there. A whole lot over here, too. It would really help if I actually made that jump. Yeah. We're having missed... Oh, this many jumps. Ricky Bobby! Ricky Bobby's here to save us. Don't worry. Anything is possible now. With Ricky Bobby, anything is possible. We got one of those. And we still fell off the edge. Ricky Bobby coming up clutch, and the other person who was with us before. Okay, both these people still had to go this way. Oh, there's one over here. Okay. So, I mean, by having 3 people, we can functionally increase our rate of completion 3 times over. That is, if we didn't miss every single one of those things. Darn it! Alright, something tells me we might not succeed on this one. Although there's a lot of stuff right here. And we only have 12 seconds left. Oh, wow. Now, this is the place to be, I'm realizing. Oh, did we get that with 0 seconds left? I think we might have. In fact, did the game just get very confused about whether we succeeded in that mission? Well, it's telling us to go over here now. I think we collected all the things we needed to collect. Usually it just ends, I think. It wants us to go off to this ledge? I mean, sure.
I don't understand
All right.
why I detected human DNA.
Fair enough.
Thanks for your help. I'll send the data to Eugen.
Everyone, gather at the forward base. I have some disturbing intel.
Is it signs of the medical corps?
I really wish that were the case. But regardless, this intel can't be ignored.
Okay. So, at this point... Oh, okay. We actually do not have a fast travel spot up there. Also, ow. Looks like we're gonna have to trek our way back over. Oh, okay. Not necessarily sure that was the way to do it. It might have been, though. Mistakes were made? Mistakes were made. We had 0 seconds to spare. Easy. I mean, if we didn't have Ricky Bobby, just think about what would have happened. Also, I did actually want to be up there. I think it is very safe to say, if not for Ricky Bobby right there, we would not have succeeded. I can say that with confidence. It's not even a bottomless pit. What are we worried about? What's the worst that could happen? Okay.
Now that everyone's here, I'll tell you what I saw.
Okay.
There you go again, trying to act all cool and tough. You're more like a piece of paper. Easy to blow away.
Ouch.
Those aren't selfish reasons. They're called the bonds of friendship. We all understand that. We'll let you take the lead, but when we go back together. Including the members of the medical corps.
She really is stubborn.
Okay, so this looks like... I do really like the grapple, and there are some nifty little things you can do with it as well. Like, you can move around when you are mid-grapple, and you can also grapple directly onto enemies. And if you grapple directly onto enemies and then melee them, it's fantastic. The grapple is a lot of fun. Okay, so this is the last subsection within this zone.
Water will guide us. But before we go, does something feel strange to you?
Sure,
Mina?
if you say so.
This is Medical Corps Captain Eugen. Please respond. Vids, Ribbon, Jade, please respond.
Let's look for them, Eugen. First, let's investigate if there's anything suspicious about the movements of the Vulgis forces.
That Eugen's character is basically just calling people's names, and that's about it. Oh my god, it's Lids and Zids! It's my twin from an alternate universe? Question mark. But we lost Ricky Bobby.
I'm loading.
We can do that just to... Oh, admittedly, that was not the best execution, but you can use the grapple just to increase your speed of looping around corners. Doesn't need to just be in a straight
The way
line.
this facility has been arranged is pretty impressive.
Oh, admittedly, I did not check how big of a mission this
There's no
was.
way we would have known beforehand that it was
Just like a quick little pop in, pop out type of thing, or is this a much more extended one? I am not sure.
so they can never use it again.
I think it's at 10 minutes? Okay. Not even look at what the mission tag was. Just saw somebody was already doing it and thought, alright, probably makes sense to jump in with them then. Owie.
Shields are down. I'm loading.
Ready? Grapple. Melee. A lot of fun. Especially if you're grappling onto an enemy who is, you know, at a higher elevation and you're, you know, vaulting over that ledge as you do so. Let's go invisible. And then let's do that. And then let's shoot this thing. Is that the last one we needed, or is there gonna be another one of those? Well, does not seem as though we are done.
The existence of this device means there must be a hatchery. Vulby, how are things on your end?
Dr. Han, I
Oh.
found a control panel deep inside the facility. It really is a horrible place. You'll see when you get here.
All right. Head to the place Vulby mentioned and see what you can find. I need to stay here and confirm there's nothing significant to report.
Oh no, they're over here, all right. That enemy is dangerous. Not kill them, but still. Oh, we got another person. Noise. Maybe do that instead of the actual melee. Oh, also... Is that the last one? Well, there's still something over here.
So, it really was a hatchery. It's almost the exact same structure that Captain Glade described in her theory.
Okay, nice. Another level. As we were saying, definitely still noticeably slower level progression compared to farming things up on the resource defense missions. Oh. Okay. Hold the phone.
Let's look for the control room.
Oh.
Quickly. Even if it's a
It's a late
biocomputer,
party.
it'll be in the same vein as any Vulgis terminal. You can get information through your receive.
Oh, there's a lot of dudes there. You know what? Sure, we'll do this. I'll be honest, I'm not sure I would have realized this is an area we can walk on. It did kind of look like it was part of an endless pit. I'm supposed to go? Over here now?
Keep searching for traces of transported human DNA and large amounts of organic matter.
Be careful! An alarm must have gone off somewhere.
Okay. Does that mean more enemies? Or something? I think that might mean more enemies. If I had to venture a guess. We're in deep doo-doo! Oh no! Huh?
Seeing as these bastards are trying to stop us, we must be moving in the right direction.
Ooh. Oh! There's the boss. Mini boss.
Feels like we're getting closer to the answer. Please keep at it just a little longer.
He wasn't the last dude? Whoa. That's a place we can go. That looks dramatic. I'm surprised we can grapple to that. There we go. Alright. Hold on. Pick up the loot from whatever this was over here. And then that felt like that was a lot longer than just 10 minutes, that mission. That was a pretty big one. Okay. There. Oh, we're getting hit by something. Okay. Somewhere over there. I don't know if it's better to try to get there from here or to fast travel back to the starting place. So this might kind of sort of be an exit. Maybe. Or not. Alright, you know what? How about we fast travel, is what I was saying. Pretty door, right? It'd be wonderful if it opened. But I'm afraid it did not. Oh. Yeah, it does kind of seem like... Wait, is it in here somewhere? Because if we had to fast travel back, we'd have to go quite a ways back. So how do we get to the quest spot? I have a feeling it is in this ginormous complex somewhere. In which case we are better served not leaving. Just follow Vids. They know. Maybe. Hopefully. Oh, this looks different now. They found the way out. Well done, Vids.
Let's
Ooh,
spread
there
our
are more unique weapon
many
crafting
pieces of
materials we can
Vulgis as I
potentially
can.
get from this one.
I'll head in the direction of the Vulgis forces. Affirmative.
Is there a fast
I
travel
will
spot
guide the
around here that we can
Descendant
get?
through the
Because if so, I would
operation
love to
going
get that
forward.
so that we don't have to walk over here if we want to rerun this mission. Theoretically, I'm standing on top of one? Okay. I believe we can fast travel back there in the future. Seen some people playing Anthem recently.
Much like the forces stationed at the heart of their operation,
Interesting.
the numbers of their troops here are sizable.
I did
of our
notice that.
operation is to annihilate the
There-
Order of Truth.
There did
I will
seem
also
to be a lot of
give
dudes.
Commander Alpha's orders. His instructions are, and I quote, "Find a way to destroy this goddamn gruesome place. Harris should be able to find a way to destroy the facility."
But did anyone see? Did anyone see what the expected timer was for this mission? Oh, I'm not sure I wanted to melee all those guys.
This could get messy.
Hello, friend. Oh. As everyone knows, you need to be invisible in order to do this.
Yo, Descendant.
Obviously.
Smash all the stabilizers you see.
Yo, Descendant, they say.
That and the overloaded energy will blow the entire facility to kingdom come.
Harris's prediction is accurate. The energy readings within the zone are rising. I believe destroying 2 more control units will bring the facility's operations to a halt.
2 more of these things, you say. Oh, one moment. There we go. Oh, there's another one over here. Oh, they did spawn right over there. Okay, fair enough. Slicing and dicing. Oh. Spawn out here.
This is Eugen. Looks like you have infiltrated deep inside the enemy's area. I'd like to ask you for a favor. We're picking up faint communication signals coming from the central area underground. You should be able to amplify the signal when you're there. I'll adjust the frequency in order to amplify the signal. Please safeguard that position.
Okay. It might have made sense for the person who can go invisible to sneak behind and attack the dude with the shield, but, you know, you do you. Ow. Also, that hurt. Look at the color scheme on that dude. He's got the red and light blue icy stuff. That is definitely not the same color scheme we saw when we first had those guys popping up.
Loading.
Can we get through the shields at all? We'll find out. I think we might have. Alright, fine. I'll hold down the area while you loot. I see how it is.
The signal's been amplified. Guys, communications are impossible here.
This is Eckert. There is a way. If you go deeper in, communications can be relayed through your receive.
Alright, well, one moment. Still some loot to be picked up.
We have to hurry, Descendant. The temperature inside the facility is rising.
Okay, if you say so. If you, insist. You know what? Oh, there are enough of these dudes. And they're annoying me enough that I'm gonna do that. There are a lot of dudes here. Wow. Uh-oh. Yeah, that was maybe not the best place to go down. Zids! Save us! Maybe. Possibly. Potentially. Theoretically. Actually. There we go. Right? Almost the 1 HP clutch.
Connecting to the comms channel, but we're getting too much interference from something noisy nearby. Some kind of energy from the Vulgis is interfering with our comms.
You don't say.
strong signal. It looks like this is
Oh,
what's
that is a
jamming
boss.
communications.
Mini boss.
All interference
There
is
we
now
go.
being cleared. Initiating broadcast of
We
communication.
got a good module. And, oh, we got an extremely good module. Transcendent module.
Captain! I don't want to die like this.
Riven, where are you? How about the others?
We're all together. All together.
I'm on my way. Hang in there.
Okay. Apparently they are right here. I am kind of curious about some of those things we just picked up. Oh, yeah, we actually have quite a bit of stuff now. Let's just take a second to see. Our shotgun is theoretically only level 50 right now. There's certainly a chance we could improve that. I know we could swap it for a sniper rifle, but I don't really want to do that. Yeah. Oh, this is level 62. It's a launcher, not a shotgun, but it does fit that same ammo type. We could go for it. Sure. Actually, before we make that switch, let's see if we have anything on this end that might benefit from switching one of our weapon types, because we have a whole bunch of reactors here. Okay, so we ideally would take an electric one. Assault rifle we don't have equipped. Assault rifle we don't have equipped. Is this one? For Thunder Cage. Ooh, it seemed as though we're only going to get the Thunder Cage bonus ones from lower level reactors, so I'm a little bit surprised, to tell you the truth. Yeah, not really seeing much stuff. Oh, this is technically an upgrade. Okay, because it's 3 levels higher and we do have that bonus weapon. Yeah, it's mostly coming down to do we have the bonus weapon or not. Most of them require assault rifles. Beam rifle, it was launcher was the one we were considering throwing on. Ooh. Okay, I guess we'll do this. We'll lose the skill effect range and toxic skill boost ratio, but we'll gain stuff that is not very meaningful. But we get damage. We get base damage. And here... Here... It's potentially worth considering. Not so much. Lots of firearm proficiency gain, but I think we'll be okay there. Miss out on a lot of HP, get shield, equipment drop rate, would be kind of nice. But we are definitely making ourselves significantly weaker to do that, so you know what, I don't really think we're going to use any of these. Oh, okay, apparently that was a daily. I think we can certainly dump most of the lower level ones, these guys. I'll unjunk the higher level ones just to play it a little bit safe. Certainly the legendary one as well. Where do we draw the line? I guess at 62 / at the legendary. Okay. Season level up. Okay. And just want to double check, because this seemed like a much smaller zone. So yeah, I think we're about to go into the final dungeon of this area, of this whole area at that. So, sure. Why not?
Damn it. There's something even bigger underneath the hatchery.
You're probably right.
It's not about can or cannot. It's a must-do. We promised we'd all return together, remember?
Yeah, and I'm going to keep that promise. No matter what.
Okay. So yeah, this will be a big one. Full-blown dungeon. And, oh, actually, I'm curious, though. We got a really nice module drop from the previous mission. Was it this one? For Jaber, maybe? It was a Transcendent, and I don't think I remember seeing that. We had this, we had that. I think we had that. Definitely had this. We definitely had this. Yeah, I think this was the new one we picked up. And this was like a 1% drop chance from the previous mission. Slightly higher than that, I think. It's usually like 1.2. Okay. So let's do this one. This will be tricky, one would imagine. But the rewards should be quite good. A new amorphous material as well. And a chance to get a Blair crafting component. Who would be our first fire character. Yeah, so these ones, all the dungeon ones at the end of the zone, usually say 20 minutes or less. That is somewhat depending on how much DPS we have as a group. If we had ridiculous damage, we could fly through in half that time, but this is a high enough level zone that I'm doubtful that is the case. It'll probably be closer to that 20-minute number. But these tend to be one of the better types of missions to grind for crafting resources, since it does have some pretty rare drops. So if we were doing one of the lower level zone ones, then might be able to go much faster. But
I'll go to the location of my team member's signal. You take care of the enemy.
See how our
Affirmative.
teammates are doing here.
Signal coming from the opposite direction. By the way, what the hell is this place? It's covered in biotissue.
Ooh, gross.
Everywhere.
The cell composition of the biotissue is a lot like the organic matter from the hatchery. But the cells also seem to be rapidly and excessively dividing. To put it in human terms, it's like a malignant tumor.
Oh,
Would that
wonderful.
have any impact on operations?
There is something suspicious. The hatchery on the upper level prevents these malignant tumors from growing.
We're in the belly of the beast.
Limits being placed on soldier production. However, if the production is removed and the organic matter was cultivated to capacity, then these types of malignant tumors could rapidly spread. In other words, there is a high possibility that the Vulgis produced an immense number of troops all at once in this facility.
We should
Oh,
gather
that's
as
an
much
invisible-ish
info about this as
sort
we
of
can.
kind of wall / window. I mean, this zone, once again, looks really cool. Much more unique relative to other areas that we've been in before.
Descendant Squad, do you copy? We can no longer detect an RK signal from the surface. Please report your status.
HQ, we've discovered a biofacility in the Order's main base, which is producing Vulgis troops on a large scale. We're investigating it. We've also located the missing medical corps members.
Do you copy? RK signal.
HQ, do you copy?
We're so deep underground the comms link is unstable. We should get this mission over with quickly, so we have time to give a report.
Okay. So yeah, this mission should have a pretty big boss at the end of it. One with the, one would assume, immunity spheres or other type of immunity of some variety. Usually, it would start trash talking us relatively soon. Where is the operation zone that you're telling me to move to? Because I do not see any markers. There it is. Okay. I was gonna say, that did not look like the correct way to get there.
Vids, I've confirmed your location. You see your family soon. So much you'll be sick of them. Don't get
How are we supposed to get down there exactly?
Damn it.
Oh, that is how we're supposed to. Oh, wow.
Bastards.
Oh, we're sliding. We do be sliding. Interesting. Okay. Sliding again. Ooh.
If the door in the passageway is closed, look for red liquid nearby.
Right, just look
It's
for
a
the red
device that
liquid.
should only read Vulgis biodata, but it looks like it's unable to identify between friend or foe because of the tumors. Just putting your foot in the door will open it.
Okay. Confirmation that yes, in fact, the building does have cancer. But, oh, there's a different one. It's like, I'm pretty sure I did not step out of the circle.
Know how to disable the traps.
You know,
I'm sorry. I'm
that
not
was
a member of the
definitely
Order
not
of
necessary.
Looks like
Oh, hold on. It's Mission Impossible laser beam time.
Be careful. I think the entire facility is spiraling out of control. The path I took looked like that too.
Ow. Did that guy just strike an Arnold Schwarzenegger bodybuilding pose? Because it really looked like it. Oh, look at that. A lot easier to get through that area now, when there aren't gigantic laser beams directly in front of us. Oh, okay, okay. Mistakes were made, but everything is fine. Don't judge. Would flex like that if you could.
Eugen, how are things on your end? Did you find your core members?
I'm still approaching. Mina said they were all together. If I head to the communications coordinates, I should be able to find them all. There's
Left or
been no
right?
replies for a while now, but our vital signs are being transmitted. Those dumbasses! How dare they?
Whoa, language, Eugen.
Let them take
We
it.
treat our enemies with respect.
I'll just have to do the heavy lifting from now on.
Am I witness
There's a
to
little bit
this?
of loot over there.
Are you going to keep that promise?
Get my 110 Kuiper shards while I'm at it. That's okay. Our teammates, they can handle whatever shows up over here, right? They'll be fine. No, don't fall in the endless abyss! Well, guess we'll never get that loot. Oh. Oh, that's a mini boss, dude. Quite tanky.
Eugen, I think this door connects to that side, but it won't budge. How did you open it?
There should be a security
Oh, I'm
device
secretly
above
the Hulk.
door. Shooting it should do the
Eugen
trick.
is, apparently.
More importantly, why is nobody responding? Mina, Vince, everyone, please, respond.
Again, Eugen's character is, I just want to call people. Nobody responds to my messages. That is the entirety of Eugen's character. Then at the very end of the game, someone is actually going to respond to him, and then his character arc will be complete. That's a lot of people. Oh. I was going to turn invisible and then use our ultimate. I was a little slow to do that, perhaps. Which Descendant is the best to play? They do have different strengths and weaknesses. I do have my personal preferences. Oh, also, okay, maybe there aren't any enemies to do this to right now. Just break the cloak. Are you starting up right now? Trying to pick a starting character?
Wait, what the hell is this?
Okay, now I think we might be headed into the actual final encounter of this dungeon.
Eugen, I'm trying to tell you.
We're going down there.
This is...
The cult? activating device that
You sure about
generates
that?
the Vulgis bodies.
I hesitate so much. Like, Lids, get in there already.
Stabilizers removed.
Yes, but it only gives you 3 to choose from at the beginning. That is true.
Judging by the
So you
size,
should have
this would produce
Ajax,
soldiers at a speed
who's a
far greater
big
than
tank,
our regular
has a lot of, has high starting stats,
Volby, can you give me a hand?
which makes him good if you anticipate you're going to do a lot of soloing, because he can take some hits. He is a tank, but he is still fun to do his skills with he has some nice knockback abilities, good crowd control to go along with his more straightforward defensive stuff. So he's more than just a tank. Then you have on the other end of the spectrum, Viessa, who has crowd control with all of her ice abilities. And then as a bit of a middle ground, you have Lepic, who has Viessa has much lower stats, so she's more squishy and harder to solo with her, because he will have more attention on you and she'll go down more quickly than Ajax would. But Lepic is kind of the middle ground option. For what it's worth, the first additional character that you're likely to unlock will be an electric character who's sort of a clear speed glass tank person.
Vids, will it be close by? Damn it! This frickin' tank is too sturdy. You guys, hang in there. I'll be there soon.
Yeah, I mean, usually you might say, well, I guess you could frame it like this. Viessa is the highest risk, highest reward character. Ajax is the safest, and then Lepic is the middle ground. So depending on how risky of a playstyle you like to play with, that might be one of the primary things to consider. Went with Viessa? Alright, nice. The immunity dudes. Maybe if we just slice them all, one of the ones we hit will be able to take damage. Ow. That hurt. Also, it would help if I didn't shoot my teammate in the head. Which one? This one.
I don't want to die like this.
Uh-oh.
Everybody's here.
That doesn't sound good.
A vital sign. That monster.
He's transformed!
Everybody, don't shoot.
Oh, we're shooting all right.
Those are my core members. The medical core members. I can fix them. I can heal them with my arcade.
I don't know about that.
Eugen, it's too dangerous. And they're already.
No. Please. Ah.
There we go. Bro literally said, nah, I can fix her. Oh, that was maybe not the right place to go. Oh, another teammate who's down. Oh, that's totally the attack that killed us as well. Yeah, this guy seems pretty powerful.
My shield is down. Get up.
You know I can't lose. Sharen.
Oh, great. If we could get some general rounds. Oh, we could use our shotgun a little bit here. Although our shotgun is theoretically underleveled at this point. Ow. Please drop ammo. Not that kind of ammo. The other kind of ammo. I should have been more specific. Just want general rounds. No, I did see someone who was dead. Okay, I thought for a second that one of the health consumables there, one of those drops, was a teammate. Alright, we have now assumed the role of dedicated healer. Two of our 3 weapons. Wonderful. Okay, at least got through that phase. That's not where I'm supposed to stand for that. Oh, wonderful. Uh-oh, that's gonna hurt. Yup. Saw the attack coming. I was like, this is the end, isn't it? Just hide behind this pillar. Potentially. Maybe. Kinda. Sorta. Thank you. Not again. Go invisible. Get you. There we go. Do this. Do that. Get the other revive. Oh, get the other revive. No, don't get it? Okay. Ow.
Shield is down. I'm loading.
Thank you.
Come on.
Come on. Okay, at least he's out of the immunity phase. Theoretically now, he's in his last phase overall. I will admit, I am not sure what all... Oh, you can shoot these things. So that they don't blow up on you, because they absolutely annihilate us when they do. As I saw our ultimate target other things that seemingly there were no enemies for it to go after. It must have been those poison, whatever you want to call them. Please drop common ammo. How long do we have to go without getting general rounds? The entire fight, apparently. Oh, wait, I thought I went invisible. It didn't work? And if we had known this guy was gonna have what I assume is a whole bunch of toxic damage, could have made more of a point of preparing ourselves for that, but obviously we did not know before starting this mission. Unfortunately, because we have been able to get all these revives and people have not been bleeding out, we actually have not used any of our deaths yet, somehow. Oh, hello. Hello. There we go. Finally got rid of him. So, yeah, you know, at one point in time, apparently that was a friend of ours.
HQ, reporting results of the operation. We've confirmed evidence of large-scale Vulgis production at the Order of Truth's main base. Production scale is approximately 20 times larger than Albion's total forces. Also, missing medical corps members. All members confirmed to be KIA.
Eugen, comms are unstable, but we have received your report. Please quickly return to Albion. Looks like those forces are already on the move. Corell's fleet has arrived.
Ruh-roh. Alright, I think we're ready to head back to Albion then. So, as we saw there... Oh, hold on. Difficult dungeon, or at least the boss fight at the end was difficult.
Feast your eyes upon the road that will lead us home. The time has come. We shall terminate the Descendant's humanity and end my conquest. Remember your final destination. Capture the remaining prime hands. All ironhearts are within range. When the three paths converge into one, my conquest will be complete. Raise your weapons. Drown the enemy in fear. My power will lead you to victory. Kill the Descendants. Kill them all. Kill them all. Take them out. Kill them all. Kill the Descendants. Kill them. Load the ironheart onto the ship. Time to go.
Alright. Well,
This is HQ. All zones in Albion are now on high alert. Any Descendants who are operation ready, please assemble at HQ.
okay then.
Sorry, I didn't know you were there. I did wonder where all the manufactured Vulgis went, but I never expected them to be battle-ready this quickly.
This is
This
HQ.
though?
Again, all zones in Albion are on high alert.
So I imagine
Any
we have a lot
Descendants
of
who are
conversations we're gonna have
operation
here.
ready should meet at HQ.
We also need Descendants as the
Corell's Trap. Okay, maybe it's worth listening to this one. We'll see.
This
Descendants, Corell's fleet has begun its approach. The predicted attack targets are the White Knight Gulch, where the Ironheart is located, and Albion. HQ's predictions of the numbers of remaining Vulgis forces have been completely inaccurate. to mass-produce that many troops so quickly. Corel lured us into a false sense of victory, then used that to bring the Ironheart into the Vulgis' orbit. Also, after the phenomenon of the light beams near the Hagios, the dimensional wall has been weakening at an alarming speed. The closure of the dimensional wall and this diametrically opposite phenomenon. This might be due to the inversion that Corel spoke of. We're already seeing the colossi being affected. Descendants, for now, please prepare for an intercept battle. According to Seneca's report, the pyromaniac colossi are approaching Ingress.
Ooh.
This truly is the worst case scenario. First Corel's fleet, and now the colossi?
Okay. Sounds like we have a new Colossus battle, and one that I have not yet done at that. Wait, who are you telling me to chat with? Okay, well, I just expected you to direct me towards Seneca. We will need to go that way, but let's just first take a look at the research real quick. So we do have at least one thing that's good to go now, apparently.
Now what do you want? Go on, I'm waiting.
Okay, Thunder Cage and Last Dagger good to go. Now, we've obviously seen Thunder Cage before, and just having another one allows us to upgrade it further. Make it its explosion, I think, have a larger area of effect and also have a higher chance of proccing whenever we kill an enemy with it. Forget what the crafting resource is that you need to do that, though. But then the Last Dagger, I don't remember if we've seen this before. This might be our first time getting this weapon, so let me take a quick look at what the deal is on this guy. Okay, let's see. And out of curiosity, okay, we're still waiting on that. That has an hour and a half. No other big things that we can afford right now, it doesn't seem like. Okay, let's take a look at that unique weapon, though. Along with a whole bunch of other things that we have accumulated here. This we know about. This, I'm not sure that we do. Let's see. Handgun made with the specialized ability to defy expectations each time it fires its ultimatum at the enemy. So what is this ultimatum? The unique ability is defeating an enemy grants the unique ability Patience. On hitting an enemy while at max stacks, fires enhanced rounds. On hitting an enemy with enhanced rounds, Patience is reset and inflicts stun on the enemies. Okay. The weapon has more recoil. What is Patience? It lasts for 10 seconds, maximum of 5 stacks, gives us 4% increased crit rate. Oh, per stack. Okay. And so crit rate at max stacks is 12%, and also extra damage at max stacks of plus 30%. The stun duration is 3 seconds. Okay, so it seems like it's mostly a crit weapon. And although those numbers aren't that dramatic, if we were to level this ability up several times, I'd be curious to see how much those stats scale. The weapon of the First Descendant is the Last Dagger, obviously, right? Okay, well, we also picked up what could be some very high-level gear. Let's see. Because, yep, this is just a higher-level version of our current primary weapon. We'll lose crit chance, but we gain enough base damage that is still definitely worth doing. Okay, especially if we're about to go into a major boss fight. Then, let's see, just trying to get something other than a sniper rifle for high-powered rounds, but let's see. If we do shotgun, we have a whole lot of nothing. We go launcher, we could switch over to this guy, who, despite being 13 levels higher, says it has 20... Oh, wait, hold on. Has a little bit less damage, although I'm a little suspicious. I think it's because the launcher might be one of those weapon types that ramps up the damage the longer you fire it for, which just makes the DPS seem listed lower than what it actually feels like in practice. I mean, a 13 level difference. Surely that means it is worth throwing something new on here. Okay, and I think we'll just go with, at least initially, recommended modules. I don't really have a lot of experience with this weapon type, so I don't know what we ought to be prioritizing. I think we have found that the recommended modules have oftentimes not been great. Like, weapon change speed is probably not something I would prioritize. Maybe we'll make some minor adjustments here. Recoil, I have no idea to what extent that's a major factor, but now suddenly we have more capacity cost to work with. What is the crit chance on this guy? Oh, it's actually pretty high. Almost 40%. Let's do that. Now it basically is 40%. Do we turn everything into being crit-centric once again? See, we already have the firearm critical category. I mean, we could search for crit. Explosive attack, firearm crit damage. Sure. Could get this as well. We reduce, get rid of rounds per magazine, that becomes possible. Okay, maybe we run with this. Although, this is just objectively better. So that's an improvement. Okay. So now this is better. And if we're looking at either a tactical rifle or, oh well, this I would assume is just an objective upgrade since it's a higher level version of the same weapon. Okay, we could stick with that. And on this end, we potentially have higher level stuff. If we were to get a scout rifle, we get bonus damage here. That is kind of tempting. Because it's electric and dimension. The bonus stats. Fusion. I don't remember if we care about that. Let's see if we go scout rifle in this spot. Throw you on instead. And you technically have a higher DPS value as well. Okay. Oh, we've used this type of weapon previously. Okay, so we already have stuff on here. Is it perfectly optimized? I'm guessing probably not, but I'm not really sure how much we're going to be using that, and it's mostly just so we can get the extra power here. This guy, lots of defense, huge HP. Oh wow, humongous HP. Hyper shard drop rate goes higher. We lose some module drop rate, but I think at this point we settle for what should be much better defensive stats. Okay. So, let's try taking on the Pyromaniac, which I imagine is going to be a fire-based enemy, if I had to guess. Might lead to us making some adjustments then. Let's see. So I have not fought this guy. This is actually the second, technically, Colossus that I've yet to fight from previous experience in the betas. So let's see. Ooh, he has strong resistance to electric damage, unfortunately. Chill damage would be the way to go. We could swap over to Viessa. Fire resistance is what we want. Oh, and we have several amorphous materials for this. Okay. I think it might make sense for us to switch.
The Vulgis can't see me.
This is not going to be a
Why?
huge source of XP, I wouldn't think. So, not losing too much from that standpoint. Still have all those DPS upgrades. Okay, granted, there's probably a different one of these we'd like to use. For you, oh. Yikes. This is only common rarity, and so it doesn't have the bonus stats. So we might just stick with what we currently have equipped. Yeah. Okay, don't have a great reactor for you right now, Viessa, unfortunately. But, oh, hold on. I meant to go. Descendant modules. I know we had to boot one of her modules off because we, I think it was skill expansion we had upgraded beyond her capacity. But we would like fire resistance, heat antibody, which does not fit neatly into one of your discount spots. So we can upgrade it, but we're only going to be able to upgrade it a little bit before we run out of capacity to work with. So I don't think we're going to be able to get up to the recommended fire resistance number. So I think what's probably going to happen now, so we're going to give this a shot, but I am not convinced that this first attempt is going to go well, because I also have no idea mechanically how this boss works.
Right?
Okay, so if we go... where was it? Heat antibody. Do however many of them we can still fit on with our capacity. Get up to 1,200. Didn't it say that they recommended something like over 2,000? Is there anything else we could drop? I mean, drop this for... We lose the 3% reduced incoming damage. On the other hand, I would have to imagine increasing our fire resistance is going to be worth more than 3% defensively. Oh, wait, hold on. Well, that helps. Now we have more wiggle room. Why not have the best of both worlds? Okay, is that the most we can still squeeze on? Can we do another? No, we can't. Okay, but at 2,600, I think that might even be slightly above the heat resistance that they were recommending. What's up, Nitrix? How's it going? We're about to take on a boss that I've never faced before, so I'm excited, but at the same time, I am not exactly expecting for us to have the most success here. So this will be a test. Also, for what it's worth, I probably need to go after this boss fight, so we'll have one attempt. Cross our fingers that it goes well, and if it does not, then we will have to end on that note, I'm afraid. But either way, isn't too bad. Okay, well, I do not know mechanically how he works, so I probably will make some silly mistakes here, but I'm excited about it. Cross our fingers for some capable teammates who know more about this fight than I do. Okay, and also have to remember that we are no longer playing as the same character. Okay, so this is basically the same arena as the Dead Bride arena. So my first observation, which I assume means he's going to spawn in here. Yep. He does look very cool. Gotta give him that. And you drop that immediately. He's immediately targeting us. Wonderful. spots. Oh, admittedly, I paid zero attention to where his vulnerability spots are, but obviously I can see at least one right now. Okay, so he has a big flamethrower, I'm noticing. Said flamethrower, oh, apparently has ridiculous range, because this teammate was pretty far away.
Get up on me.
Wonderful, now we are getting flamed. Yeah, he is shooting us. Oh, and then I stopped the revive. I stopped the revive because oh, yep. Thought we had to move. We could, if I had not done that, we would have been safe. We would have finished the animation quickly enough. And this seems like a horrible place to be.
Damn.
Unless we can sneak up behind him like this. Okay, time to go. Oh, maybe don't dash straight into that. Yeah, I can't help but notice that we've not dealt particularly high amount of damage to him. What? Looked like, oh, okay. I recognize this as a signal that we need to get out of there. But it was like, it appeared as though he was about to do the dead bride thing. He's gonna make this zone that we're not supposed to go in. Also, ow. You see us get staggered multiple times mid-air. I was just trying to get to this health over here. Oh, I didn't even realize we have a Eugen on our team. And I'm not really sure. I've seen many people playing him. He is a new character, so I really do not know what he does beyond how he presumably does Healy stuff. Oh, someone able to grab onto him. Nice, nice. Oh. So of course I'm hoping that this guy does not have a healing phase. Maybe I've jinxed it now, but after the previous boss fight was the Devourer, who has a humongous healing phase. That is, you know, the primary issue with him. Okay, now, I also don't have any real experience with this type of weapon. Oh, the accuracy is horrendous. Do I shoot him on the ground? Is that a better way to do it? More likely to hit him? Usually I'm a shotgun guy for the high power rounds. Please go away now. That doesn't look good. Oh, he's in. Okay, this is his immunity phase. He has a little thing you can shoot on the back that looks kind of similar to the Executioner. Please get me out of here. Thank you. Ow. Yeah, I'm assuming we don't really want to be in those fiery chains. Not that I've really tested that all that much. Might have to. Can I jump over that? Oh, hello. This guy's gonna kill us all. I'm also hoping that he has significantly more shields than health, so that things will go faster once we do break through his shield. This is definitely not a good place to stand. Oh, I didn't even get off the ultimate that I was trying to drop at his feet. I mean, we didn't have to be that close to do that, but it used our cooldown, but we didn't get it. That stinks. Oh. I'm surprised we bled out that fast. It did not seem like our bar was empty. Uh-oh. Last death count. That's not great. That could very well prove to be an issue. I like his helmet. His helmet is really cool. That doesn't look good. Oh, that also doesn't look good. Yup. Retreating. Tactically repositioning. Uh-oh. Oh no, we can't have anyone die at this point.
I need help now.
Oh. Okay. Let's get out of here. Okay. Uh-oh. Thank you.
Yes, up, get up!
Hey, thanks, buddy.
Only 3 minutes left as well. And he just went into immunity phase. So it's not looking great. In case that wasn't blatantly obvious. Can still deal a little bit of damage to him, but... Uh-oh. So are we just gonna die because we're in this circle right now? Probably. Or maybe not. We'll die from that instead. And this is the worst place to go down. For several reasons, really. Yeah, if they don't get us, it's gonna be game over. We don't have any deaths left. Yeah, that's game. Well... We basically ran pure fire resistance. We have a little bit of extra health and defense, I think, but haven't really upgraded that all that much. So that's definitely something that we can improve. Next on your list, Silent. But need to level up a little bit and do the stuff in the area. Yeah, that is my first time taking him on. Okay, let's head back to Albion. Might have time to give it one more go. But yeah, I think, you know, we don't have that much damage. I mean, obviously, if we get enough of the ice skills going, then that helps, but our weapon alone is not going to be a major factor. Defensively, let's see. Wait, oh, that is not the place I was looking for. Defensively, we amped up the heat antibody. So we have a little bit more than the fire resistance that they recommended. But then we have stuff like, yeah, HP collector, we can probably dump this. Yeah, let's dump that. Then we can upgrade the defense, we can upgrade shield, we can upgrade... Did we dump health? We might have dumped health. Or HP, technically. Yeah. Well, I mean, that would use everything if we did that. We'd be better served upgrading existing modules instead. Maybe. What are our discounts? We have one for... they're not very well suited for what we're trying to do here, are they? I mean, if we did either shield or health, we could get more that way, relatively efficiently. We dump that. It is nice to have, yes, but how much of a difference is 3% making? Probably not that much relative to upgrading some of these guys. Okay, let's get aggressive with some module upgrades. Defensive module upgrades, because as we were saying before, that's something that we probably need to put more of an emphasis on at this point. Mechanically, he wasn't too complicated, it seemed like. I didn't really get what the whole deal was with the circle of fiery chains, other than just don't touch them, because they presumably deal a lot of damage. Okay, so what is, technically speaking, our priority between these defensive stats? We have the discount on the shield and on the defense, so I think we probably go that route. Or alternatively, we could make it be health. Yeah, so I guess health and shields, that one, we have some flexibility. Yeah, at least some of this. I mean, technically speaking, if you load up on one in particular, then you start to benefit from the increased marginal gains. Again, 100% extra. Whoa. I mean, we can do it. It's exorbitantly expensive at this point. Yeah, he doesn't seem very mechanically complex. Seems like it's mostly just the pure stats. Okay, so if we do this, we are making a lot of progress on the shield side. Anyone who does not have the discount for this increased shields is going to find it awfully difficult to equip this. But you know what? Yeah, and it's going to force us to unequip it on Sharen. So be it. We can get one more upgrade for it. Or can... Oh, yeah. If we really wanted to. Exorbitantly expensive once again, but the good thing about increased shields is it is something that is potentially... Well, almost every... Trying to remember one character in particular. No, that's MP that character doesn't have, right? Not shields. I think she still has shields. I'm forgetting with one character in particular who has interesting mechanics. Okay, now it's going to force all the characters to drop it. I'm surprised that they were able to hold on to it before. But okay, now we have ridiculous increased shields, which apparently gave us a season level up. Sure. How are we doing on module capacity here? We still have module capacity to spare, just because we got rid of a whole bunch of those ones that we had not upgraded and weren't really contributing all that much. So if we go, I mean, we could get even more heat antibody stuff there, but that's not getting the discount, whereas the defense is. So at least for Viessa...
You're here for modules, right?
At least for Viessa, the defense is more efficient. We could go quite a ways. Quite a ways. Can we actually fully upgrade this and still be able to equip it? Once again, exorbitantly expensive, but once again, a module that... Oh, I would use basically all of our Kuiper. Okay, I'm a little hesitant to do that. Maybe we dial it back just a little bit and cut the cost significantly in the process. Prevents us from using it on Bunny. That's okay. We'll make do for the time being. Okay, so now we are much stronger defensively. We technically still have one module capacity to spare. Could upgrade increased HP or go with one of the more offensive ones. But at this point, one would hope we can take a few more hits. So let's give it one more shot. And then I think I will definitely need to wrap things up. But maybe now, at least defensively, we stand a better chance. Although oftentimes I think the bigger question is the offense, because if you can damage the bosses quickly enough, then obviously they have less time to damage you. So it does kind of feel like at times offense trumps defense in these types of situations. Okay. Well, let's give it one more go. And since we did not improve still have more HP than shields. Yeah, admittedly, I did not check what our starting stats were. So from that standpoint, it might have been more efficient to scale health instead of shields. Shields, of course, if you don't take damage for a while, can recharge more easily than health does. Health, you can pick up the items for it, but we have a lot more of the little rectangles for our shields than we had before. I guess that's a bit of an indicator of just how many shields we have. Yeah, so it still might not have been the perfectly optimized way to improve our defenses, but I think those were still upgrades that are meaningful and relatively versatile, usable on a whole bunch of different characters. So I don't feel bad about making those purchases. What I'm really hoping this time, though, is that we have a higher DPS lobby, which is mostly going to come from other people, because as we were saying, we did not really improve our damage. But it does seem like we're lowering down those shields more quickly than we did last time. I was going to say, he was cooperating an awful lot with us. He was leaving us alone. Which I appreciated for a while. Now he's changed his mind. I'd like to at least get that on. Thank you. Now please leave me alone again. Halfway through the shields, we do have someone down on the far side. Can you get them? We're much closer. Oh. Convenient timing in terms of defenses. Having the chance to just go in here briefly to get some ammo. Convenient time to get the revive when he wasn't actively attacking us, but it was a bit of a missed opportunity to load up on the damage against him. Now just hopefully grab onto that. Wait a second. I do know someone who's named I mean, Grinch is obviously a fairly generic name. Because that is its own media property, but I know someone named Grinch who plays Mass Effect Andromeda, and I am curious if that is the same person. Are we gonna get this in time? Just barely. Also, it would help if I walked in this direction instead of the other direction. Shields are almost down. Oh, I was about to say, it feels like it's been a while since he used it, or as though he had not yet done an invulnerability phase. So we're a little bit lucky there. Granted, I did use our ultimate. I just he was about to start that. So I think we got next to no value out of it. Oh, okay. Okay, well, he's also going to blast us with his flamethrower. Is it okay to be in the center of all those chains as long as we don't actually touch the chains themselves? Maybe. Oh. Which is relevant for this right here. Uh-oh. This is not good.
I need help now.
We got the person who was closest to going down. Oh, no. Do we only have 3 people in the lobby right now? What? That right there was enough for us to fail? That was enough deaths? Oh, that stinks. That really stinks. That felt very unlucky that we all happened. I mean, obviously, one person goes down, other people go over there to try to revive them, and then you just get this chain reaction of everyone dying right next to each other, but we don't have enough deaths to spare. Okay. For that to work. Well, dang. Dang indeed. It's definitely difficult, just in terms of how much damage and how much health he has, but given the relative simplicity, mechanically, of that fight, it does not by any means feel impossible. Again, it kind of just feels like the big difference maker is going to ultimately be, do we happen to have teammates with really high-level weapons who deal a bunch of damage and can do most of the heavy lifting, or are we going to have to very slowly and steadily whittle away at his HP and hope that that's enough? Because I think we would have had enough damage to get him in time in that previous encounter had we not all died simultaneously. So, unfortunate that that ended up happening there. But we did, of course, get some pretty huge weapon upgrades today, and some reactor upgrades as well, a little bit on the external component side, though perhaps not quite as much. We did make it through this area in its entirety, and this pyromaniac fight is sort of the culminating piece of this section. There is now a new Kuiper mining bonus mission in this area, which might be worth checking out at some point for XP and other farming purposes. But the pyromaniac will remain the next big obstacle for us to overcome.